Chapter 937. If that was the case, Old Guan had met someone in the washroom, someone who made him feel threatened, and something that could have cost him his life. Last night's car accident happened because of the person and the incident. Auntie, did you see anything else? What did I see? He got in the car and left. I was complaining that I didn't take the pickles and that I had to get out of the car. Old Guan didn't allow it and said that he had to leave quickly. When Old Guan's wife mentioned this, Chauffeur Tian and Chauffeur Guan both thought of the same thing. Old Guan bumped into the mercenaries in the washroom and saw something he shouldn't have seen. He didn't understand what the mercenaries were talking about. Only when he saw something did he get into trouble. After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian got into the car and said coldly to Xia Jinyuan, "What do men do when they go to the washroom?" Xia Jinyuan, who was listening attentively, almost stepped on the accelerator when he heard her question. What do men do when they go to the washroom? She asked very seriously, so he had to answer seriously too. When men go to the washroom, they have to stand up. Everything else is the same as you guys. They have to stand up and take off their pants. Yi Qian analyzed seriously. What else did they have to do after taking off their pants? And what would Old Guan see? What would he see? Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and scratched his eyebrows slightly. He added, sometimes, they have to lift their clothes up a little, like a shirt tucked into their pants. We have to pull them out and unbuckle their belts before we start. Discussing with his little girlfriend how men go to the washroom and what they do when they go to the washroom. No matter how serious Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The gun fell off. Yi Qian didn't notice Major Xia's strange expression. When she heard him say that they had to pull up their clothes and unbuckle their belts, her eyes immediately lit up. Her eyes lit up so much that Xia Jinyuan, who was driving and looking at her from the corner of his eye, held his breath and exhaled gently. Then he calmed down and said, "It's very likely." At noon, Old Guan and the others were resting at a place soon after they got on the highway. They needed to reorganize their weapons in the washroom when there were fewer people around. Old Guan suddenly barged in. This is also possible. However, the possibility of the gun falling out is high. This kind of thing had happened before, so the possibility was higher. Regardless of which possibility it was, Old Guan did run into the mercenaries who were chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was killed. The topic was always heavy. When Xia Jinyuan drove the car out of the city and rushed to the winding mountain road, he stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The car even left a long shadow, leaving a flashing red taillight shadow. Let's go to the mountains. The informants left by the hospital are missing. They will definitely take action tonight. There was an abandoned house in the mountains. Xia Jinyuan stayed there for a few hours and left some things behind. He left some food that would bring him back, such as instant noodles, candles, a lighter, and a piece of moisture-proof cloth. The items left behind were enough for the foreign mercenaries who liked to wait for their prey. Little Fox, it's just the two of us tonight. Are you scared? The car drove out of the city and into the suburbs. Xia Jinyuan, who was driving silently, reached out and held her hand. He whispered, I don't plan to ask G3 for help. Stay in the hospital. G3 had to stay in the hospital just in case. They would not allow foreign mercenaries to hurt their citizens again. They would not let another tragedy happen. G3 had to stay in the hospital. Chapter 938. Yi Qian had always agreed with Xia Jinyuan's arrangements. Even G3 had agreed, so what else could she say? His arrangements were indeed very good. Protecting Old Guan's wife was also what she wanted. After the intimacy during the day, Yi Qian slowly let go of the shackles in her heart. She held his slender and strong hand and smiled lightly. Don't be afraid. We have guns and people. This is still our country. I'm not afraid. With you by my side, I really don't have to be afraid. From what I know, there are about 6 of them. After eliminating one in the hospital, there are still about 5 left. Our chances of winning against 5 are very high. Xia Jinyuan talked about the situation on his side and G3's side. The 5 of them don't have any heavy weapons. Like us, they mainly use pistols. We're used to fighting at night, and so are they. Little Fox, the real battle is about to begin. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. After the battle, his hot-blooded personality had already been stimulated. His raised eyebrows carried the coldness of a soldier. Even the words that came out of his mouth were tainted with gunpowder. I'm looking forward to it. I want to get rid of them even more. They harmed our country's citizens. If the lives that they lost couldn't be redeemed, then their blood would be used as a sacrifice for the lives that they lost. The mountains at night were exceptionally quiet. Even the flapping of the night bird's wings was a sign of peace. The car didn't drive into the mountains. Instead, it stopped at a spot that Xia Jinyuan had already chosen to hide the car. As the car turned off, Xia Jinyuan's phone vibrated loudly. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately picked it up. Brother Z. We've dealt with them. We cremated them and scattered their ashes in the river to feed the fish. Ho Zi was in the villa on Mount Daliang. She was playing with a lighter in her hand. Lao Lu, Brother Z is really going to leave with you this time. You have to come back on your own. Xia Jinyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He said calmly, Xia Yiwei is waiting for you, Brother Z. You should be able to go and snatch her back now. The location is at the usual place by the river. But Brother Z, if you're still in Mount Daliang, I wonder if you can make it in time? There was only a beeping sound from the phone. When Xia Jinyuan followed Yi Jian into the night, there was a huge explosion in the kitchen of Ho Zi's villa in Dalong Mountain. Not only was the kitchen destroyed, but there was also a huge pit under the kitchen. Half of the villa was destroyed. The huge shock caused the ground to tremble. The birds in Mount Dalong were so shocked that they flew away. The entire Mount Dalong seemed to have woken up in the middle of the night. The birds that were returning to their nests would flap their wings and fly away at the slightest movement. The pheasants in the bushes would also be disturbed by the slightest movement and would immediately make a goo-goo sound and flee. Yi Qian, who did not follow the mountain path, crouched down and followed Xia Jinyuan to the abandoned houses in the mountains. After 2 hours of climbing, they were only 2 kilometers away from their destination. The sky was dim and the crows were cawing. Yi Jian stopped in the dark. She smelled the scent of a third person in the night. It had rained a few days ago, and it was autumn. The dense forest was filled with the smell of decaying vegetation. Yi Qian had been smelling this scent all along the way, so she was very sensitive to the sudden intrusion of a foreign scent. She gently tugged at Xia Jinyuan's clothes and gestured to him, who immediately turned around and pointed in their direction. She told him that there was someone in their direction. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the two of them exchanged hand signals and silently passed through the bushes. They stepped on the leaves as if they were stepping on a sponge. There was no sound at all. Not even the leaves and twigs made a sound. Their figures were like shadows that swept in 4 directions. Chapter 939. Yi Qian was in charge of security, and Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the targets. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was no longer as gentle as he was during the day. He was like a beast patrolling the mountains, and he began his assassination. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's actions again, Yi Qian couldn't help but applaud his skills. His tall and slender figure arched his back, and he attacked with the grace and ferocity of a cat. He didn't have a gun in his hand, and he didn't even have a dagger as he went around to the back of the target. His movements seemed to be very light, but the speed at which he solved the problem was very fast. Like a gust of wind, Yi Jian heard the rustling sound of leaves touching each other. Only a few seconds later, everything returned to normal. Xia Jinyuan liked the simplest solution. He clasped the target's head with both hands and twisted it hard. After a click, the target's neck was bent at a strange angle, and not a single drop of blood was left on the scene. The elimination was complete. They all liked to eliminate their targets in this way during the assassination at night. Yi Qian was the same. She also preferred the method of twisting the neck so that no blood would be left on the scene, and the smell of blood would not be detected. Continue, Xia Jinyuan said softly as he returned to her side. His voice was gentle and calm. Yi Qian looked at the location where the targets were eliminated, and her eyes narrowed slightly. There may be more than 5. Don't worry, they won't leave here alive. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. He encouraged her in an intimate way. If you and I work together, we won't be afraid of how many there are. They're not outside the borders, they're in our territory. They should be the ones worried, not us. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She was indeed worried. There were only Xia Jinyuan and her now, and there were no other reinforcements. There were more than 5 of them, and they were all mercenaries sent by the government. They were as fierce as professional soldiers, so it was normal for her to be worried that they wouldn't be eliminated in one go. With his kiss and his calm voice, the worry in her heart gradually dissipated. She looked at him and said firmly, "We can definitely do it, we definitely can. Captain Xia, if you say it's possible, then it's definitely possible." She was such a good girl. She believed him so much. "That's right, we can definitely do it. Little fox, if you say we can, then we definitely won't have a problem." His deep eyes were darker than the night as he gazed at her gently. "I'll protect you and you'll protect me. We won't have any problems. How could there be a problem? We are stepping on our own land, and the foreign mercenaries are like rats hiding in the dark. As soon as they appear, they will only be beaten and killed." Candlelight flickered in the dilapidated house, and the mountain breeze carried with it the fragrance of instant noodles. Yi Qian's eyes flashed with hostility as he held his gun tightly and sneaked into the house with Xia Jinyuan. She was in charge of sneaking in while Xia Jinyuan was in charge of eliminating the 2 whistles outside. The house was built with mud bricks from the 60s or 70s. It had been abandoned for a long time, and with a candle lit in the dense trees, it looked like a haunted house described in a novel. It was eerie and eerie. The wind in the mountains was strong, and it blew into the house that didn't even have a window frame. The candlelight flickered and was extinguished within a second. Yi Qian fired 2 shots into the darkness. Chapter 940. The room was in chaos. 3 sets of footsteps were heard. 5 people had been killed by Yi Qian, and only 3 were left. Someone cursed in the dark, and Whistle shouted from outside, "Get the fuck out here! Quick!" He was also speaking a South Asian language, so Yi Qian didn't understand him. However, he knew that Whistle had been deliberately alerted by Xia Jinyuan to lure the people in the house out. Yi Qian had finished shooting from the first position. He had already hidden behind a collapsed couch, and he stared coldly at the dilapidated house. As soon as someone came out, he would immediately start shooting. The ambush caused a moment of confusion among the mercenaries who had chased them to China's territory. When the Whistle outside deliberately alerted them that there was only 1 person, the remaining 3 mercenaries came out of the house firing randomly. In the dark, Yi Qian once again aimed at a black figure that ran out of the house. Without hesitation, he fired his 3rd bullet of the night. Every bullet had to hit a target. Uncle Chen had said that a sniper's bullet had to be fired to protect his comrades. When shooting for his comrades, there was no room for error. Bang! The muffled sound of gunfire broke the silence of the night once again. As the black figure fell to the ground, the 2 figures that came out of the house nimbly rolled into the bushes and quickly hid. Bang, bang, bang! Continuous gunshots were fired in the direction where Yi Qian was hiding. The remaining mercenaries had an idea of how many people had ambushed them. Xia Jinyuan didn't give the alerted Whistle a chance to speak. Yi Qian suppressed the remaining 2 mercenaries with gunfire, while he quickly finished off the target. The dagger in his hand was not a military dagger. It was a multi-purpose knife bought from a hardware store on the street. Although the blade was a little blunt compared to a military dagger, as long as it was used well, it could still become a sharp weapon. The leaves rustled. Xia Jinyuan swung his fist, which was sharp enough to scratch skin. The close combat of the special forces was never about hiding needles in cotton floss. Instead, it was about attacking quickly and ruthlessly, then hitting the opponent accurately. There are many parts of the human body that cause severe pain, but there is only one part that slows down the mind: the brain. Xia Jinyuan continued to attack, landing several punches on the mercenary's head. The handsome and ruthless Xia Jinyuan was like an awakened lion, so awe-inspiring that the mercenary retreated step by step and let out a blood-curdling scream. He called for reinforcements, but Yi Qian's bullets seemed to have eyes. When the vegetation moved, or when there was an unfamiliar scent in the air, the bullets would hit somewhere with a bang, preventing anyone from going to help. Damn it, what the hell? The mercenary who was hit by the bullets and had to hide again rolled under a tree. His eyes were dark as he searched for his target. The mercenary who had been hit in the head several times by Xia Jinyuan staggered. As he swayed, the leaves and shrubs around him moved. The sound of rustling could be heard at this moment, making one's heart beat faster. Yi Qian smiled slightly. Captain Xia was not only an excellent Special Forces soldier, but also an excellent commander. In terms of tactics, he had a gift that even the veterans admired. The bigger the commotion, the more nervous the other two mercenaries would be. This would increase their psychological pressure, and her and Xia Jinyuan's chances of winning would increase. A deep, hair-raising sound came from the darkness. The smell of blood in the wind was even stronger than before. It was so thick that it drifted into everyone's nostrils. Chapter 941. Xia Jinyuan had already killed the mercenary who was slow to react. His throat had been slit twice by Xia Jinyuan. It was not a military-grade dagger after all, so he still needed to kill the target twice. The wind was still blowing, but there was no more sound. However, the smell of blood was even stronger. Xia Jinyuan did not have time to waste in the southern province. After killing the target, he and G3 returned to the battlefield overnight. He did not have time to deal with the two mercenaries who had not shown themselves and were waiting for an opportunity to strike. Next, lure the enemy. This was the battle plan that he had discussed with Yi Qian long ago. After killing 2 or 3 targets, they would not give the mercenaries a chance to catch their breath and immediately lure the enemy. Fighting in the forest, the flowers and trees were all natural cover. They would not be easily ambushed, and neither would they allow others to be ambushed easily. The next step was to lure the enemy. Yi Qian was to lure the enemy. She was a girl, and girls represented weakness in everyone's hearts. Following Yi Qian's low voice, the 2 mercenaries who had been hiding in the darkness and had not moved for a long time looked in the direction of the voice. A woman in front of them. Both sides surrounded and attacked. With daggers in their hands, they quickly approached Yi Qian's direction. Xia Jinyuan finished off the whistle in his hands and went to support Yi Qian as quickly as possible. He believed that Yi Qian could take on one of the mercenaries by herself. She would not have a problem taking on one of the mercenaries, but she did not have a high chance of winning against 2. The mercenaries who came this time were comparable to soldiers in the army. They were very professional, and Yi Qian lacked actual combat experience. If she really had to take on 2 of them, she would not be able to escape unscathed. The encirclement of the 2 men did not make Yi Qian panic. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots were heard, and the 2 mercenaries heard the sound of bullets breaking. There were no bullets in their pistols. Her gun had no bullets. Now was the time. While her gun was out of bullets, and she needed to change her gun or change the magazine, now was the time to attack. Xia Jinyuan ran through the forest and approached the shadow as fast as he could. One of the mercenaries turned around and fired in the direction where Xia Jinyuan was running, trying to stop him. Countless birds in the forest flapped their wings and flew into the dim night sky. On the other side, the dagger in his hand glinted coldly as he thrust it towards Yi Qian. What he didn't see was that Yi Qian was smiling coldly in the dark. The black figure leaped over, and Yi Qian rolled in the bushes to avoid the attack. Yi Qian had already loaded his other pistol. In the blink of an eye, he fired 2 shots at the black figure. His speed was so fast that the other mercenary holding down Xia Jinyuan was shocked. There were 2 sounds of fighting in the forest. Unable to shoot at close range, Yi Qian was once again confronted by a mercenary tonight. Punches and kicks required strength. Not only did they have to hit the opponent's weak points, but they also had to ensure that they wouldn't be injured or killed by the opponent. Fighting was the most exhausting thing. As a girl, Principal Chen and Uncle Zhen had always planned for Yi Qian's physical fitness training. Her strength was not as good as the male soldiers, but her endurance was definitely better than the male soldiers. She leaped up and grabbed onto the branches. Relying on the lightness of her body, she lifted her feet and kicked the mercenary's head repeatedly. With a low growl, Yi Jian stepped on the mercenary and threw him into the bushes. Her aura was not inferior to that of the male soldiers. The mercenary who fell into the bushes had a ferocious expression on his face. He flashed his dagger, shouted, and jumped up again to stab Yi Qian. Chapter 942. The tip of the dagger flashed past his eyes several times. With his arm cut, Yi Qian silently grasped the silver wire in his hand. As he dodged, he looked for an opportunity to strangle the mercenary to death. At the final moment of the battle, Yi Qian grabbed the mercenary's outstretched wrist. When he took a step back, he stepped on a tree with one foot and jumped behind the mercenary. At the same time, he wrapped the silver wire in his right hand around the mercenary's neck. Fuck! The mercenary cursed in broken Chinese as he felt something wrapped around his neck. He threw a punch at Yi Qian's head. If Yi Qian was hit by his fist, he would definitely die at the hands of the mercenary. After 3 years of training, Yi Qian's sensitivity to danger was higher than in his previous life. His reaction was also faster. He jumped, grabbed a tree branch with both hands, and dodged the heavy punch. The silver wire wrapped around a tree branch, and as he dodged, it wrapped around another tree. That was enough. It was enough to eliminate the target in an instant. The silver wire was extremely thin. Once it was wrapped around the flesh, it would not be easy to pull it out. The neck was the most dangerous part of the body. Being wrapped around by anything would make a person feel fear. They would want to pull the scary thing away to free their neck. The more they thought about it, the faster they attacked, and the tighter the silver wire wrapped around them. The leaves rustled and fell like rain. One end of the silver wire wrapped around the mercenary's neck, the other end wrapped around the leaves, and then around the tree trunk. With one last punch from Yi Qian, the mercenary, who was half a head taller than Yi Qian, roared in pain. His fist swung even more fiercely. Yi Qian, who was covered in sweat, did not give his enemy a chance to retaliate. He kicked back. This was a real fight, filled with blood and death. This was a real battlefield, a bloody battlefield where it was either you die or I die. Sweat flowed into his eyes, but he did not have time to wipe it away. The dust on the leaves flew into his eyes. Even if his eyes hurt, he had to keep them open. Relying on his body's flexibility and agility, Yi Qian held the tree branch tightly with both hands. He attacked the mercenary's shoulder several times. The silver wire finally wrapped around the mercenary's neck. It was so deep that he could hear him gasping for air. The severe lack of oxygen in his brain made his movements slower and slower, and his reactions slower and slower. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qian hit the mercenary's chest one last time, causing his whole body to fall back. This was the moment. This was the moment to kill him. Yi Qian let go of the branch with both hands and quickly jumped down from the high place. The moment she jumped down, she also took out the pistol hidden in her clothes and aimed at the black shadow that turned over and shot. The sixth mercenary had been eliminated. Yi Qian leaned against a tree and slowly sat down with her back against the tree trunk. She panted heavily as if she would suffocate if she didn't breathe properly. The smell of blood in the air was stronger than before. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. His entire chest was filled with the rusty smell of blood. Xia Jinyuan used the cold blade to stab the mercenary's arm that was strangling his neck. He slashed down fiercely and directly cut the mercenary's arm tendons. In the darkness, his deep eyes were cold. Facing the enemy, his gaze was so cold that it could make one shiver in fear. The mercenary's arm tendons were cut, and the strength in his arms suddenly disappeared. Xia Jinyuan immediately grabbed the mercenary's head. He lifted his leg and hooked the mercenary's neck. With a sharp look in his eyes, he threw the mercenary to the ground. Chapter 943. The dagger in his hand was still stained with blood. The sharp blade instantly pierced the mercenary's heart. He twisted the handle so that the tip of the dagger could still move. A sharp scream became the last note of the battle. Xia Jinyuan had been using his iron arms to pin the mercenary's head in place. He then wrapped his legs around the mercenary's chest and locked his arms. Even when he heard the mercenary's screams, his heart did not soften. These people deserve to die. Xia Jinyuan maintained his killing posture. He wrapped his arms around his target. From the initial fierce struggle to the point of no resistance, Xia Jinyuan calmly let go of his arms and legs only when the sound from the mercenary's throat disappeared. He stood up. With him as the center, the bushes around him seemed to have been swept by a hurricane. Some of the bushes were even uprooted. Yiqian. He raised his voice. His voice was calm and steady. He walked over step by step until he reached the center of the battle. In the dim light, Xia Jinyuan heard the sound of rapid breathing and found Yiqian. She was sitting against a tree. Her slender body was one with the tree and the night. If not for the sound of her breathing, he wouldn't have noticed her. He walked closer and closer. Then he slowly bent down and squatted to look at her at eye level. How are you? Do you have the strength to stand up again? Both of them emitted a strong smell of rust. Yiqian blinked and looked at the man in the dark. His eyes were as bright as stars. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. I just feel a little weak." "Not bad." Her voice was steady. There was no trembling, no fear, and no panic. She was even better than the last time in Pakistan. Xia Jinyuan, who was originally facing her, adjusted his position and sat down shoulder to shoulder with Yiqian. He reached out to put his arm around her shoulder and let her head rest on his shoulder. Then he hugged her tightly. "Rest for a while." "Good efficiency. From the first target to the last one, we used 1.5 hours. You're counting the time." Yiqian took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. "You can still count the time. I've been thinking about how to get rid of him." Xia Jinyuan smiled and said gently, "If you have time in your heart, you don't need to calculate to know." Turning his head, he rubbed the tip of his handsome nose against her hairline and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "My arm has been through a lot this year. I had just recovered from my injury, but I cut myself again and hurt my right arm." Yiqian looked up and saw his lips pressed against her forehead. "How about you? Are you okay?" At this moment, even the mountain wind calmed down. The crickets started chirping again, and the startled birds returned to their nests. Except for the smell of blood in the air, everything was so peaceful and leisurely. Xia Jinyuan gently kissed her on the forehead. At that moment, he could feel Yiqian taking the initiative to get closer to him and offer her heart to him. She was looking for support from him, and he was also looking for support from her. He said, "Passing through the smoke of war between life and death, isn't this kind of interaction more unforgettable than those romantic interactions?" It wasn't if, but if it was true. This kind of love could be soul-stirring in the smoke of war, but it could also be indifferent in leisure. It wouldn't become dull with time, and it would only make them more and more compatible. They would become more and more dependent on each other, and become each other's support. Chapter 944. They would never be separated. As long as they could still fight, they would always be together. They would go through life and death together and grow old together. This kind of love was stronger than a romantic relationship. Love was stronger than gold and unbreakable. The two of them leaned against each other. They had survived a life and death battle and leaned against each other again. The wind didn't want to disturb them and let them sit quietly and talk softly. "I'm fine. I'm used to it." Xia Jinyuan moved his lips away from her forehead and held her shoulders tightly. He said softly, "The gauze is in the car. Treat your wounds after you get in the car." His voice was steady in the wind, so steady that she felt at ease. Yiqian's breathing gradually calmed down and she no longer rested her head on his shoulders. She said calmly, "The target in Southern Province has been dealt with. You and G3 can return to the battlefield to look for K7. She had her phone with her to maintain contact with the military. After the small envelope was sent, a series of text messages were sent back to the military. "Clean up the scene before you leave." Xia Jinyuan stood up and let Yiqian hold his outstretched hand. They stood up together and the coldness in his eyes had not dissipated. His gaze swept across the scene like a knife and he said calmly, "Bury them." After 2 hours of burying, Yiqian's shoulders were so sore that she couldn't lift them up. Her shoulders had already been kicked in the hospital. After fighting and burying them, she suddenly lost all strength in her shoulders and the soreness rushed up like needles. "Sit for a while. I'll clean up the scene again." Xia Jinyuan helped her sit down on a brick. She didn't say anything, but he could tell. "You don't have to force yourself in front of me, little fox. You don't have to force yourself in front of your comrades. Especially after a battle, when you need to rest and replenish your energy, you must replenish it in time. We didn't just fight once. We fought countless times. Yi Qian gritted her teeth and didn't force herself. She sat down and tried to relax her shoulders. My shoulders are sore, but I still have the strength to walk. Give me 10 minutes to rest. Okay, I also need 10 minutes to clean up. Xia Jinyuan patted her on the shoulder lightly. There was a touch of gentleness in his cold and hard eyes. You're great, Yi Jian. You're really great. Yi Qian raised his head and smiled at him. His smile was light, as clear and bright as the wind in the mountains. I still need to work harder. I can't become a burden to my comrades. How could this be? Are you now thinking that you've become a burden to me? Xia Jinyuan frowned slightly and said solemnly, Our bodies are not made of iron. There will always be times when we are tired. Being tired does not mean that we will become a burden to our comrades. Sometimes, you are tired because you are tired to protect your comrades. This kind of tiredness will never become a burden to your comrades. It's precisely because you exhausted yourself to protect your comrades and win victory for your comrades. This isn't tiredness, but glory. He did not want her to put too much pressure on herself. If there was pressure, she had to remember to face it properly. She didn't understand burden in this way. The correct understanding of burden was that she didn't do anything during normal times, delayed opportunities on the battlefield, and caused failure to control the battlefield. This kind of person was a burden. Think about it carefully, but remember, don't let your imagination run wild. Xia Jinyuan rubbed the top of her head heavily and reminded her in a gentle and serious voice, Think about what a burden is. After he finished speaking, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh as she watched his tall figure turn and leave. Chapter 945. Captain Xia really cared about her in all aspects, even her psychological development. She had never met such a man before, but she knew that she had met a very good and outstanding man. The night passed quietly when they returned to the car from the mountain. It was 5 o'clock in the morning in autumn. Xia Jinyuan took out the first aid kit from the car. Yi Qian had already taken off his jacket and was sitting in the grass wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. The knife wound was a little deep, but it was not so deep that the flesh was torn apart. However, because it was not bandaged, the area around the wound was red and swollen. Xia Jinyuan was no stranger to disinfecting and debridement. He disinfected, stopped the bleeding, sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder, wrapped the arm with gauze, and added another injury to Yi Qian's arm. This wound is not too deep. No wonder you can endure it. Xia Jinyuan did not ask if it hurt. There was no need to ask. It definitely hurt, but compared to staying alive, this kind of pain was nothing. He had seen too many terrible injuries. Facing Yi Qian's injury, even if it was his little fox who was injured, he did not feel the need to hug and comfort her. As a soldier, you have to be patient with pain and injuries. Crying out in pain is a coward in the team. Yi Qian picked up the bloody sports jacket and said with a pained expression, It's brand new. You can't wear it again. I don't know how to wear camouflage. It's stained with blood, soak it in detergent for a night, then scrub it a few times the next day to make it clean. Xia Jinyuan looked down at the clumps of stains on his body and raised his eyebrows. I can't wear this either. Their faces and bodies were covered in blood. Xia Jinyuan took the car keys hidden in the tree and laughed at Yi Qian, who was still holding the jacket. Let's go find a place with water to wash our faces and hands. Aren't we going to find G3 immediately? Yi Qian did not throw the jacket away. He hugged it in his arms and got into the car. G3 is still in the hospital alone. Should we contact him first? He started the car and turned on the headlights. The car drove into the foggy mountain road. His faint laughter came from the car. No need. He will take the initiative to go back to the hotel. The whole night's action made her bones sore. Standing in the small stream in the mountain, Yi Jian grabbed a handful of unknown water plants and washed the blood on her hands and between her fingers. A pair of slender hands that were also stained with blood reached over and held her hands. Using the grass that he had crushed earlier, he gently rubbed it between her fingers. The blood can be washed clean now, but there will be more and more in the future. Sometimes, you can even smell the blood on your hands. I've always thought that if I had a pair of hands that could smell blood, I would never be able to hold another girl's hand for the rest of my life. Sometimes, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but tremble when he saw it. Now, as he held a pair of blood-stained hands, he felt his heart soften. The girl beside him had a pair of blood-stained hands like his. She was not afraid and did not shrink back. Instead, she faced it bravely like him and even supported him when he was in danger. Just like G3 said, it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to find a girl who could accept them. And he really found a girl who could accept his profession. It was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Yi Qian frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what he meant. He joked, "What? Did you want to hold another girl's hand before?" Chapter 946. Although he was joking, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to take it seriously. He answered seriously, "I never thought that you were the only girl I wanted to hold hands with. You were also the only girl who dared to take the initiative to hold my hands when my hands were stained with blood." His reaction made Yi Qian chuckle. "Not even when you were young and frivolous?" Xia Jinyuan pretended to think about it. When she looked at him coldly, he said slowly, "When I was young and frivolous, I did all sorts of bad things. All I thought about was how to go against my father. How could I have other thoughts? After I was young and frivolous, other people were busy with their first awakening of love, while I was busy studying for the military school entrance exam." Xia Jinyuan spoke slowly. His low voice was like dancing music, gentle and cheerful. "After graduating from the military school, I was assigned to Fujian town. The army was full of male soldiers. Before I met you, the only hands I could hold were those of male soldiers. One day, I suddenly held a girl's hand. At that time, there was only one thought in my mind. Why is it so soft? So soft that..." Yi Qian, who had been listening attentively, realized that he was talking about her again. She immediately raised her voice. Okay, I believe you. You don't have to explain." If he continued to explain, it would make her blush and feel uncomfortable. "No, this concerns my innocence. I have to explain it clearly," Major Xia said seriously. Major Xia said seriously. Yi Jian looked at him with a faint smile and an ambiguous expression. She maintained her composure on the surface, but her heart was boiling like boiling water. "This concerns my innocence. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." She wanted to cover her ears, but he was still holding her hand. She wanted to run away. How could she outrun him? Most importantly, he liked to make her feel embarrassed. The more she acted this way, the more excited he would be. "The first time I held a girl's hand, I was really shocked. It was so soft that I felt like I could break it if I used too much strength. Little fox, why is your hand so soft? It's as if it has no bones. It's so soft that it even reaches my heart. Later, when I hugged you, I thought, no wonder they say that women are made of water. I hugged you like this and really didn't want to let go. But you were still young at that time. I put you down and you pounced on me. You even straddled me. How tall were you then? Not even 1.6 meters, like a little bean." Yi Qian wanted to drown himself in the water. He said that he and a few other soldiers had received close-range combat training within 30 meters, and their opponent was a real sniper in the army. He didn't know why Xia Jinyuan appeared out of nowhere and accidentally encountered him. Yi Qian blushed a little when he thought about how he had been pinned down by Yi Zihao. His voice sounded like it was overflowing with water as he reprimanded in a low voice, "You pervert!" At that time, he was only 14. His thoughts were all over the place. "You're right. At that time, I also felt like a hooligan." Xia Jinyuan, who had always done things in an upright manner, readily admitted that he was indeed a hooligan at that time. "You were too bold. You straddled a male soldier all of a sudden. When I was scaring you, I even thought about whether I should kiss you. Fortunately, you angrily called me an old man. A basin of cold water was poured over me and woke me up. Otherwise..." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Yi Qian's cheek and quickly kissed her with his thin lips. The noble and handsome major smiled so brightly that Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his leg to kick him. Major Xia, who had dodged to the side, finished his unfinished sentence along with the morning breeze. "Otherwise, I really would have kissed you back then. Now that it's like this, I can't help but want to kiss you." Chapter 947. When it came to how to get along with Yi Qian, Major Xia had always been aggressive. If he didn't take the initiative, this girl with a hard shell would never take a step forward. Only when he took the initiative would she be able to get closer to him. It was normal for her to be shy. He was shy too. Xia Jinyuan, why are you hiding? You said so many crazy things about being a hooligan, yet you won't let me kick you. Yi Qian was only shy about his behavior, not angry. Her eyes were like water, and even when she glanced at him, they were still bright and beautiful. I'm only 14 years old, and you're already having such thoughts. Your thoughts are too improper. He had long realized that his thoughts were improper, but realizing it and wanting to correct them were two completely different things. However, he was really glad that his thoughts were improper at the time, and that he didn't miss out on such a good girl. If you only act like a hooligan and don't take responsibility, then that's called improper. Mine doesn't count. My thoughts are proper, my attitude is serious, and I can withstand the test. Looking at Yi Qian, who was so shy that her face was as red as rouge, Xia Jinyuan's eyes were so gentle that there were whirlpools in them. His laughter gradually subsided. He held her hand tightly, stared at the girl he liked, and said slowly and seriously, Yi Qian, you're the only girl I want to hold hands with. You're the only girl who doesn't mind holding my blood-stained hands, and who is brave enough to hold them. As for other girls, if I were to hold out my blood-stained and reeking hands to them, I'm afraid they would faint before I could even open my mouth. His serious words made Yi Qian feel helpless and bitter. Who would dare to hold a pair of blood-stained hands? She lowered her head and looked at her own hands. They were also stained with blood, and even the gaps between her fingers were stained with blood. It took a lot of courage to hold a pair of hands that reeked of blood. After a few hours, the blood that had dried between the fingers was difficult to remove. It needed to be washed carefully. Yi Qian looked at the man who had been looking at her with a gentle expression. The invisible layer of coldness in her eyes slowly softened, and there was a hint of affection in her eyes. Let me tell you a real story. One day, after training, J5 mentioned something in the chat. He said that one of our retired soldiers had just returned to the company after completing a mission. Just as he was changing out of his blood-stained clothes, one of his comrades told him that a girl was looking for him. The old soldier was so happy that he ran out excitedly and saw his girlfriend standing at the entrance of the camp like a flower. The soldier held his girlfriend's hand, but before he said anything he heard his girlfriend frowning and asked why he reeked of blood on his body. And then he saw the blood between his fingers, so he immediately retracted his hand. Later, the soldier said that he would never be able to forget the expression on her face at that time. She was disgusted, very disgusted. She was disgusted by the smell of blood on his body, the bloodstains on his hands, and even more disgusted by how dirty he was. The bloodstains between his fingers were gradually cleaned, and then she rinsed them with water. Xia Jinyuan held the hand that reeked of blood as well as his own. He slowly looked up and fixed his gaze on her. His sorrowful voice was as clear as a flowing stream, trickling over. Later, the soldier broke up with her and took the initiative to end their 2-year relationship. Later on, the soldier retired from the army. It was said that he found a nurse who also had to deal with blood. This was the story I heard on the 4th day I joined the army. It was a sad story. I've been thinking about what I would have done if it were me. Chapter 948. Yi Qian also looked at him and asked with his eyes, if it were you, what would you do? I thought about it for a week. At that time, all I could think about was you. I thought that I needed to find a girl like Yi Qian. I needed to find a girl who could understand me, and I could understand her. Otherwise, if I appeared in front of her one day covered in blood, how scary would that be? Yi Qian smiled. She thought of herself. If one day she appeared in front of the other him covered in blood, the other him who lived in peace would be scared half to death. Who would be willing to find a girlfriend whose hands were covered in blood and who was nowhere to be seen at the end of the year? Even if he could accept it at the time, after a long time, he would be annoyed and tired. He would not want to continue, and break up would be a foregone conclusion. A boyfriend who did not understand her, and she could not tell him about the hardships and dangers she faced. That kind of love was not strong and could hit the rocks at any time. Only by finding a boyfriend who understood her, who had experienced the smoke and fire of war, who had been tempered so many times that they were inseparable. Only this kind of love was true love. Suddenly Yi Qian understood why Xia Jinyuan wrote in his love letter. They all said that the love of a special forces soldier was the most bitter love. It was a darkness that could not be seen under the sun. It could only struggle painfully in the dark and cold corners. Even if it was lovesickness, it would hurt to the bone. Because no one could understand them, no one could truly understand them, and no one knew how dangerous their profession was. All kinds of things such as this were because the Special Forces soldiers could not tell their loved ones that they were Special Forces soldiers. Therefore, their love struggled painfully in the corner, and their lovesickness hurt to the bone. Love that could not be seen under the sun was like a small bean sprout that sprouted in the dark. It was so delicate that it could be broken with a light touch. It was too tiring to protect such a love. It would be very, very tiring. The veteran soldier was tired. Secondly, he didn't want to implicate a girl and waste her youth. Furthermore, in their line of work, there was no guarantee that they would return. Since the other party couldn't understand him, he might as well let her go and have peace of mind. I won't be scared. Look at you, you're covered in blood. Your face, the tip of your nose, your eyebrows, and your forehead are all covered in blood. Yi Qian removed her hand from his and caressed his face with her clean hand. She stopped at the corner of his eyes and smiled. Also, I can see that my face, nose, eyebrows, and forehead are all covered in blood. The way you are is the way I am. We are all the same. We don't need to be afraid of anyone, and we don't need to carefully protect anyone. You brought me up and I'll follow in your footsteps. This is our love. This is the love between the two of us. Xia Jinyuan felt his blood boil because of her words. In the past 23 years, he had finally tasted what it felt like to be touched by words of love. He felt as if there was a fire burning in his chest. Because of her words, he was willing to burn to ashes in a sea of fire. It was not over yet. Yi Qian's words of love were not over yet. She smiled and looked at him deeply. Her gentle voice blended with the wind and fog, and she whispered softly in his ear, "We won't struggle in the dark, and we won't cry in cold corners. The love that I want, the love that you want, is the kind of love that we have now." Chapter 949. I won't be afraid of you, and you won't be afraid of me. If you appear in front of me covered in blood, I will say, "Well done, my major." If I appear in front of you covered in blood, you will say, "Well done, my comrade." Look, neither of us will be afraid of the other. We understand each other, and we understand each other. You're right. Compared to romantic love, our love is much stronger. Xia Jinyuan, I believe that our love will always be this strong. Our love will always be this strong. Xia Jinyuan smiled. Little Fox really knew how to talk. Her words touched the bottom of his heart and sweetened his heart. That's right. This is our love. It can be exposed to the sun and wind. Our love is the kind of love that we have now. This is our love. It's a one-of-a-kind love. She wet her hands in the water and gently washed the blood off his handsome face. She saw the gentleness in his eyes and the bright smile on his face. Xia Jinyuan was really good-looking. He was as elegant as bamboo and as proud as a pine tree. His features were like an ink painting on a master's paper. There was a hint of his handsomeness, and there was also a hint of coldness when the ink was splashed. There was no part of him that was not exquisite and elegant. The young major who made her feel a sense of majesty when they first met lived in her heart just like that. No matter how unwilling she was, she could not resist his gentleness. She was washing the blood off his face, and at the same time, he was washing the blood off her face. Both of their eyes were so focused that they could only see each other's faces in their deep eyes until they were clean. Xia Jinyuan's hands pulled the water grass growing in the stream and rubbed it until it was pulp. Then he washed the blood off his fingers bit by bit. Yi Qian washed his face very seriously. He pursed his lips slightly and gently washed the blood off his fingers. The gurgling stream washed the blood off his face and hands until there was not a trace of dirt left. Yi Qian looked up and smiled. It's very clean. It smells like green grass. In the faint morning light, Her face was like a pearl with water droplets on it. It was bright and clear. Her dark eyes looked at him with a smile. The coldness in her expression had quietly faded, leaving only gentleness for him. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan felt that her gentle smile was branded in the depths of his heart. Xia Jinyuan, did you slack off during training? You're too fair standing in the middle of the V8 team. Your face and hands are so fair. If I didn't know better, I would really think that you were slacking off. With his head lowered, Yiqian teased him with a smile. Under the washing of the green grass pulp, his strong hands became even fairer. His fingers were delicate and slender. They were even prettier than a pianist's hands. Xia Jinyuan smiled and replied calmly, "This problem has been bothering me for a few years. When I first entered the military academy, I even thought about going to the hospital to get my skin tanned." Yi Qian, who was secretly praising him, did not notice the change in the owner of these hands. Because of her seriousness and concentration, Xia Jinyuan's eyes became darker and darker. You want to become darker when you want to become fairer? How hateful. Letting go of his clean hands, Yi Qian scooped up some water and splashed it on her face. Xia Jinyuan, who was squatting beside her, stood up and shouted in a deep voice, "Yi Qian." Yi Qian smiled and looked up. "I can." Chapter 950. No matter how fast she reacted, it was too late now. Xia Jinyuan, who was already mentally prepared, smiled and stretched out his long arms to hug her waist. His laughter was low and deep beside her ear. It was soft, sexy, and hoarse. "You want to run away now? It's too late, my little fox." "Xia Jinyuan, you're going crazy again." Yi Qian, whose legs were lifted into the air, struggled. The more he struggled, the tighter the arms around his waist became. It made it hard for him to breathe. "Put me down. It's uncomfortable for you to hold me like this." Was it uncomfortable to hug her like this? Then change to a more comfortable position. His arms were very strong. He lifted her up gently, allowing her legs to spread across his strong waist. His hands held her buttocks firmly, as if he was holding a child. "How is it? Do you feel comfortable now?" Indeed, it wasn't as comfortable as when he hugged her waist, but this made her even more embarrassed. "I want to kiss you, can I?" Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he took a step forward and asked, "Can I kiss you right here? I really want to kiss you. I can't control myself at all." "May I? May I?" The autumn morning sun peeked out of the clouds, passed through the thin mist, and gently fell on his elegant brows, making Xia Jinyuan's gentleness even clearer in Yi Qian's eyes and heart. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qian bit his lip and said helplessly, "How many more times do you need to ask?" "Ask until you agree." He hugged Yi Qian firmly. The smile at the corner of his mouth was graceful, and there was a hint of laziness that made Yi Qian's heart beat faster. "What if I don't agree?" "Ask until you agree." Yi Qian was exasperated. He stared at him with his clear eyes. "You're being shameless. Idiot, I've always been such a scoundrel. Did you just realize?" Laughter seemed to come from his chest. Xia Jinyuan stepped out of the stream and walked to the flat grassland. "Next, I'm going to do something that I didn't finish yesterday morning." As he spoke, Yi Qian fell into the misty grass. His gaze darkened bit by bit under the faint morning light, causing Yi Qian's heart to race and even his fine eyelashes to tremble slightly. "Xia Jinyuan, be careful." His voice was trembling. As he turned around, Yi Qian was completely flustered. "I've always been very careful, but there are times when I lose control." The young major lowered his head and lowered his tall and imposing body. His hot and dangerous aura made Yi Qian hurriedly use her uninjured hand to support his chest. Even though her voice was trembling slightly, she still asked, "How far do you want to go?" "Let's see how far I can control myself." "Be good, move your hand away. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." The sunlight shone through the mist. His dark eyes seemed to be shining brightly, burning both himself and Yi Qian. His slender hand grasped Yi Qian's hands that were pressed against his chest. Slowly, gently, and forcefully, he removed them bit by bit. "Trust me, I'll control myself. I won't do anything that you can't handle at your age." He put her hands to the side and pressed them against the grass. The last thing Yiqian saw with her eyes closed was his handsome face. His pitch-black pupils reflected the face of a woman with watery eyes. Chapter 951. That was her. That was her own face. Her eyes were like autumn waves, and her face was like the rosy clouds of the morning sun. Everything was silent. It was as if all sounds had been blocked out. She couldn't hear the gurgling of the running water or the chirping of the morning birds. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. It was so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Relax, relax, be good, relax a little. I'm nervous too. It's our first time kissing in the wild. I'm nervous too. Xia Jinyuan didn't kiss her immediately. His slender hand held Yiqian's slender fingers and intertwined his fingers with hers so that she could hold on tightly to his hand. One by one, he kissed her lightly, starting from her forehead. Originally, Yi Jian was also very nervous. When she heard Xia Jinyuan say that he was also very nervous, she couldn't help but smile. It turned out that she was not the only one who was nervous. It turned out that he was also very nervous. Xia Jinyuan, who carefully avoided her injured arm, didn't kiss her with his eyes closed. When he raised his head slightly, he saw Yiqian smiling. She seemed to like seeing him nervous. As long as she liked it, it was fine. He was nervous too. His deep voice was like red wine, intoxicating and intimate. Just now, it was a battle between the two of us. Only the two of us fought side by side. There were no other comrades supporting us. It was just the two of us fighting. His kiss landed on Yiqian's earlobe. He even nibbled on it gently. Also, I found a girl who wasn't afraid of my hands being stained with blood. She even told me what kind of love our love would be. His voice was very warm. It was so warm that one would gradually relax from their nervousness. It was very gentle and warm. One could slowly let down one's guard. Yiqian opened her eyes slightly. She saw his handsome face magnified in her eyes. He was so close to her. She also saw the joy in his eyes. Xia Jinyuan liked Yiqian. There was no doubt about that. Hold my hand. Don't be afraid. Believe me. Believe that I won't lose control and do anything to hurt you. Close your eyes and enjoy our victory. The way we enjoy our love. As he lowered his body, the long grass rustled. Through the gaps in the grass, she could see that he had placed Yiqian under his body and was kissing her passionately. His love would not grow in the dark and struggle in a cold corner. The love he wanted was to be righteous like this. It was just that open and aboveboard. In winter, he could be his neighbor with snowy mountains. In summer, he could be his companion with the sea. In autumn, he could dance with the yellow sand, and in spring, he could spend time with the jungle. This was his love. There was no such thing as premature death, and there was no such thing as fear. She could wash the blood off his body, and he could do the same for her. They wouldn't ask why they were so dirty or why there was so much blood. They could understand each other and encourage each other. They wouldn't hide things because they were afraid, and they wouldn't run away because they wanted to hide things. Xia Jinyuan and Yiqian's love would grow in the sunshine and eventually become a towering tree that bore many fruits. Yiqian had already closed her eyes and accepted his kiss. She could see her reflection in his dark eyes. She could clearly see the expression on her face. There was no resistance, no panic. In his deep voice and gentle kiss, her heart had already accepted him. Accepted, the man who made her feel safe. Her heart that had been tightly closed for 2 lifetimes opened little by little. One day she would completely accept him. Chapter 952. With the sky as the cover and the ground as the hut, Xia Jinyuan finally finished the bad thing he didn't manage to do last night. Without any resistance, Yiqian followed her heart and accepted his passion. But this time, she could clearly feel how fast Xia Jinyuan's kissing skills had improved. Just a second ago, she was still thinking about reminding him not to laugh, but in the next second, she was kissed until she felt dizzy and her whole body went limp on the grass. The long grass was pushed down piece by piece, and the rustling sound told the world how intense the actions of the lovers who were in intimate contact would be. Occasionally, there would be a low moan that would make people blush in the midst of the gurgling stream, and those soft moans were as sweet as honey. Does it feel good? I can hear your voice. It's much softer than before. The diligent and studious Xia Jinyuan was used to asking questions shamelessly. When the sound of the grass rustling stopped, Xia Jinyuan ended the charming and gentle kiss perfectly. He let Yi Qian lie on top of him and opened his arms to hug her tightly, pressing their bodies together intimately. The restlessness didn't stop, but he controlled it. His chest rose and fell, and even the breath he breathed out was hot to the touch. Yi Jian had already carefully avoided the most obvious part of his agitation. Her upper body was close to his chest, and she quietly opened her legs and placed them on both sides of his waist. She was afraid that if she was careless, she would accidentally make herself flustered and cause him to draw in a breath of cold air. She was so careful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Suddenly, when she heard him ask her this question, Yi Qian's eyelids trembled slightly, and she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. She was asleep and didn't hear him. Bastard. He always liked to ask questions that made her feel embarrassed to answer. How was she supposed to answer him? She didn't want to answer. Her head was resting on Xia Jinyuan's shoulder, and her small movements couldn't escape his gaze. We kissed until your lips are red and swollen. Are you still shy? Then I'll have to answer my own question. It must be very comfortable. When I hear your voice, I also feel very comfortable, so much so that my body's reaction is a little big. You're so shocked that you don't even dare to lie under me. Xia Jinyuan, whose lower body was still tense and restless, quickly adjusted the rhythm of his breathing. He used his strong self-control to suppress the restlessness. Every word he said was to divert his attention so that the restlessness would subside as soon as possible. You must be tired. Now you can lay your legs down and everything will return to normal. Everything had returned to normal. It wouldn't touch her lower abdomen again. Yi Qian didn't move. She was already asleep. He really fell asleep? Little fox, don't you know that it's best to take advantage of someone while they're sleeping? Xia Jinyuan's thin lips moved slightly with a hint of mockery. He admired Yi Qian and his eyes trembled slightly. The prince will kiss the sleeping beauty awake. Let me be the prince too. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian opened his eyes and glared at him. Now, please shut up. I need some peace and quiet. Can you be a little more normal? She was a little embarrassed and angry. I won't say anything. Shut up immediately. Xia Jinyuan, who knew when to submit to circumstances, held back his laughter. He quickly patted her back and said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Next time I ask you, should I ask for your opinion first? I'm a studious person. I only allow myself to improve and not retreat. Sometimes, I really can't help but want to ask you. I'm just afraid that if I get nervous, I'll hit or bite you. Chapter 953. Little Fox, I'm nervous too. This is my first time interacting with a girl, so I'm not as relaxed as you are. However, I'm a man, and men have to take the initiative. I have to take the initiative. So, even if I'm nervous, I have to take the initiative. This is called accumulating practical experience. It's like fighting a war. There's no chance of winning if you only talk about it every day. Only by doing it can you accumulate experience, win every battle, and build confidence. Yi Qian, who had her eyes closed, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said that he was nervous, but she was the one who was nervous. You finally smiled. I was really scared when you scared me just now. It's good that you smiled. Let me catch my breath and calm down. Xia Jinyuan pretended to be shocked and looked at Yi Qian as if he needed to be comforted. He hoped that she would comfort him. He was really shameless. The phone vibrated against his pants. Xia Jinyuan didn't even need to blink. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were cold. The shameless Xia Jinyuan instantly entered the state of a soldier. His handsome face was piercingly cold, and there was no trace of gentleness from before. Yi Jian's movements were also quick. She immediately got off his body and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was picking up the phone calmly, with her eyes full of emotions. The military called. The target in southern province was eliminated. They were to immediately meet up with G3 to rescue K7. K7 has been confirmed to be captured. Q King, the military hopes that as many of your comrades left the country at that time, you will return to the country. The Major General's cold voice sounded from the phone. The operation in southern province was perfect. The military gave Yi Qian a high evaluation of her ability. Tell her that even if she's just a student now, the military has recorded all her military achievements. We're just waiting for the day she puts on her uniform and serves the country. Yi Qian had been glued to his phone the entire time. She heard the Major General's words clearly. With a cold expression, she didn't care about whether she had any military achievements. She only cared about how dangerous Xia Jinyuan's mission was this time. I'll meet up with G3 immediately and head to the border. He didn't say much, but his short words were filled with a piercingly cold aura. The target in the southern province has been dealt with. Identity has not been exposed. Operation Storm Commander Q King is requesting backup. The Major General admired his resolute and fearless subordinate very much. He nodded and said, "Helicopter support, Southern Province Air Force Base. I'll give you 4 hours. The plane will land at the base in 4 hours." With the help of the helicopter, they would be able to rush back to the battlefield to rescue K7. 4 hours. Yi Qian roughly calculated the time. Although it was tight, he could still make it. Their time together began to count down. If they didn't have 4 hours, they would only have an hour and a half at most. The rescue of K7 is imminent. The military can provide you with convenience in the country, but once you're overseas, all contact information will be destroyed. Q King, K7 who entered ST is very likely to have sacrificed himself. It will be very difficult for you to find out his specific direction. ST mercenary group has always welcomed women. The Major's voice gradually trailed off. Xia Jinyuan's expression instantly turned cold. 1 minute later, he rejected without hesitation. "Sir, I reject the military's suggestion this time. Rescuing K7 is our team's task. I don't want anyone else to get involved. You know how high the danger level is. We sent a total of 8 people, and now only 7 have returned. No one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents during the rescue and..." Chapter 954. Xia Jinyuan's gaze fell on the figure walking towards the car, and his voice became even colder. Also, Yi Qian has never been in danger alone. Although she is excellent in all aspects, she is still a student. I object to the military's suggestion this time. The military thinks that sending her abroad is not just to rescue K7, they also hope that she can provide. I don't agree. End of report. Without waiting for the Major General to finish speaking, Xia Jinyuan said, "End of report." Very forcefully, he ended the conversation. The Major General on the other end of the phone choked. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. They had to discuss it. "Q King, the military will not make a decision that is disadvantageous to your operation. Yi Qian has worked with you many times, and as a female soldier, she is the most suitable person to infiltrate the ST mercenary group. Why do you?" Xia Jinyuan would gladly accept Yi Qian's participation in an operation like the one in Pakistan, but this time, he refused without any discussion. The ST mercenary group is notorious around the world. Female captives who have fallen into their hands have never walked out in one piece. Major General, it is precisely because Yi Qian is a female that I don't agree. The ST mercenary group was a mercenary group that only worked for money. They were cruel, heartless, bloodthirsty, and tortured captives. Falling into the hands of such a mercenary group would depend on how many lives K7 could survive. Even male soldiers had to survive a few times, but female soldiers would always end up much worse than male soldiers. Not only would they be tortured, but they would also be humiliated. With such a mercenary group, Major General, I don't know why the military would make such a suggestion. Every word in the last sentence was mixed with hostility. He used a completely doubtful attitude to deny the military's decision. Luckily, Xia Jinyuan had good self-control. If he had a more explosive temper, he would probably directly say, "Did water get into your brain?" After he finished this sentence, he said, "End of report." Then he unilaterally ended the conversation. Letting Yi Qian go to the ST mercenary group alone to scout the way? How could he agree? In Pakistan, at least the other party was a group of people who had faith and would never humiliate a female captive. As for the ST mercenary group, as long as one knew a little about them, the color of their faces would change. After hanging up, Xia Jinyuan thought for a while and turned off his phone. Since the military had said that it was a suggestion, it was a suggestion. It was clear that they had discussed it carefully. They were only telling him to sound him out. Perhaps they wanted him to ask Little Fox. Xia Jinyuan could not help but shudder when he thought of Yi Qian's fearless attitude. If the little fox knew about this, she would definitely agree. She agreed, but he really didn't. After turning off his phone, Xia Jinyuan walked to the front of the car with a carefree expression. He patted Yi Qian's shoulder like a comrade and praised him with a smile. The military is very satisfied. They've recorded all your achievements. You now have 3 military merits. Well done, little fox. Once you graduate from the military academy, you won't be promoted to major, right? According to the military rank regulations of China, students who graduated from junior college or university would generally be given the rank of second lieutenant after they were assigned to a post in the military. Those who graduated from undergraduate studies would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Some would first be given the rank of second lieutenant, and after an internship period, they would be given the rank of first lieutenant. Those who graduated from graduate studies would be given the rank of captain. It was extremely rare for someone like Yi Qian, who did not even go to military academy, to have military merits directly. Her identity was special and could not be defined as an ordinary citizen. If they wanted to convert military merits into a substantial reward, Yi Qian would not accept it. Uncle Zhen and Uncle Chen would not agree to it either. In order to retain an outstanding talent like Yi Qian, the military had miraculously reached a consensus without any discussion to record military merits. Chapter 955. Since it was recorded as military merit, according to the implementation of the 7th article of the Chinese military regulations, after Yi Jian graduated, her 3 military merits were already outstanding enough. So, it wasn't impossible. However, for Yi Jian, military ranks were a little far away from her. What she was thinking about now had nothing to do with herself. It was all about the major in front of her who could still talk and laugh with her. Don't worry about me. Think about your matter first. K7 was captured, your identities are unknown, and you have to be careful of being hunted down. Captain Xia, I hope you can come back alive even if you're injured. Rescues were often more dangerous than breakthroughs. They knew this, and so did Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. Although she spoke frankly, her words were filled with concern. He quickly kissed her slightly swollen lips. No, I can't lose my life so easily. I'm still waiting for Little Fox to hold my hand and attend your high school graduation ceremony after you graduate from high school. I still have to wait for my Little Fox to go to university, so we can be together. His voice was still high-spirited before, but in the end, he lowered his voice and whispered into her ear with a flirtatious expression. Yi Jian, who had finally calmed down from the passionate kiss, suddenly felt like a ball of scorching hot air was blowing against her face because of his words. It was so hot that even her fair earlobes were flushed red. He actually said, something about using condoms together? Xia Jinyuan, you're too indecent. Yi Qian lifted her leg. This time, she didn't hold back and directly stomped on his foot. I'm only 17 years old. You're indecent too. Was he really that indecent? Why did he feel that it was normal? 17 years old. Yes, a little young. A high school girl was underage. It was a little inappropriate for him to suddenly be so blunt. However, Xia Jinyuan endured the pain in his foot and maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. He said elegantly, your actual age is 17, so according to the nominal age, you're 18 years old. Also, Little Fox, your maturity always makes me overlook your actual age. Your mental age is definitely 20 years old. Although it was painful, seeing the bashful look on her face made it painful again. It was worth it, because he had been holding a gun for a long time. His rough and slender fingers were gently caressing her cheeks. He looked at her with a deep gaze and said in a low and sexy voice, I'm not being indecent. It's all very normal. You're not 13 or 14 years old at the age where you don't know anything. When you're 17 years old, you should know what you should know. I hope that I'll be the one to tell you these intimate things. I'll tell you openly, and I hope that you can accept it with a healthy mindset, because sex will become an indispensable thing in our lives in the future. I'm telling you now not because I'm not being serious. I just want you to know and understand. Don't you think it's more appropriate for me to tell you, little fox? Yi Qian was speechless. What he said, she had no way to refute it. When it came to reasoning, Major Xia was extremely talented. Even if she had lived 2 lifetimes, she was still not his match. In terms of shamelessness, he wasn't as good as him. She was not as thick-skinned as him. When it came to reasoning, there was no one better at talking than him. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Qian was a little dumbfounded. She realized that in terms of life, she was no match for Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 956. Think about it carefully and see if what I said makes sense. Letting go of her hand, Xia Jinyuan opened the door and got into the car first. As he bent over, the young and scheming major, who had lured the innocent fox into his trap step by step, curved his lips into a meaningful smile. He had to let the little fox get used to it and know in advance. 17 years old was not young, how could she not know what she should know? Wait until she was in her 20s to understand? That would be a little too late. When they were in their 20s, success would come naturally. He did not want the two of them to experience any unpleasantness during normal physical interactions to enhance intimacy. He liked her and only wanted her to be happy from the bottom of his heart. Doing anything with him, such as kissing, caressing, or making love, was very pleasurable. All he wanted was for her to be happy. Yi Qian silently hit her head. She had lived for 2 lifetimes. And Major Xia in the 90s was more open-minded. In her previous life, she had made one mistake and then another. She had lived a useless life. In this life, she had finally won back the life that belonged to her. How did she meet Xia Jinyuan? She did not know how to deal with it at all. Looking at her secretly hitting her head with a vexed and conflicted expression, Xia Jinyuan started the car and the smile on his face deepened. It was good to be a little reckless when you were young. When you were a little reckless, you would become thick-skinned. Once you were thick-skinned, you would be able to do anything as a matter of course and not feel guilty at all. After Yi Qian got into the car, the major stepped on the accelerator and instantly accelerated to 240 miles per hour. The whole car drove out of the mountain road like a race car and headed straight for the city center. After getting into the car, Yi Qian was still feeling uneasy. Condoms and whatnot. How could he say it so easily? The car drove very fast. As soon as she sat in the front passenger seat, she saw the shadows of trees on both sides of the car pass by from the corner of her eyes. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled several kilometers. Yi Qian, who had been slightly pursing her lips, looked at the man driving. That serious side profile. It was as if nothing had happened just now. There was still a gap. No, she had to calm herself down. What had happened was in the past. Why should she keep thinking about it? He was simply making himself uncomfortable. Xia Jinyuan, who was able to control his emotions, had already thought about the important matter. Since he had made a big fuss, he had to get down to business as soon as possible. He said in a serious tone, although the mercenaries lured to the southern province have all been dealt with, we can't rule out the possibility that there will be more mercenaries outside. You should stay in school for the next few days. It's best if you don't go outside. Yi Qian, who was also quickly calming himself down, replied with a slightly cold expression, none of the 8 people we sent out survived. It's normal for them to come looking for us. But I'm safer than all of you. Captain Xia, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry about me, don't get distracted because of me, don't worry about me, don't get hurt because of me. I don't need you to worry about me either. Just focus on recuperating in school. Xia Jinyuan understood her unspoken words. He stared coldly at Xia Jinyuan in front of him, and his heart softened. They were like-minded lovers. They understood each other more and respected each other more. This kind of love was unique to Xia Jinyuan. You don't have to think about anything other than your studies in school. Just like me, you don't have to think about anything other than how to destroy the enemy on the battlefield. You take good care of yourself in school, and I'll take good care of myself on the front line. We have to be well, understand? When they were waiting for a red light, Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand. He gently rubbed the back of her hand with his thumb and looked at her with an incredibly gentle gaze. We have to take good care of ourselves. Chapter 957. Take good care of yourself and don't let him worry. I'll only be at ease if you're well. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. I will. You will too. Yi Jian hesitated for a moment before she lifted her right hand and held his right hand. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She stared straight ahead. She didn't dare to look at Xia Jinyuan anymore. She wasn't used to taking the initiative. She always felt like she was doing something naughty. Every time she took the initiative, she had to be mentally prepared. She took a step towards Xia Jinyuan with embarrassment and shyness. She took the initiative, but Xia Jinyuan's gaze deepened. Yi Qian shifted uncomfortably and said dryly, Drive? Drive. Why are you looking at me? Little fox, even if I want to drive, I need to be able to drive. Xia Jinyuan looked down at his right hand that she was holding tightly. He was in a good mood and smiled. For the time being, I can't shift gears and drive with one hand. Yi Qian immediately let go of his hand as if he had been electrocuted. How awkward! Since when did I hold his right hand so tightly? At this moment, she didn't look at the front, but turned her head sideways and looked out of the car window, leaving the back of her head for Xia Jinyuan, who was laughing in a low voice. He met a bold yet shy little fox. No matter how he looked at her, she was adorable. Her cuteness had a magical power that made him reluctant to part with her. Sometimes, he even felt that just listening to her voice could dissipate the fatigue of the day. Yi Qian listened to his deep chuckle and thought about her behavior just now. She couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead. Why did she keep acting so childishly in front of him? He even kissed her neck by the stream. What was there to be embarrassed about? Neck? Yi Qian quickly touched her neck. It wasn't red from the kiss, was it? Her skin was a little sore from the kiss just now. She touched her neck to see if there were any red marks. Xia Jinyuan, who knew what was going on, smiled and said, 2 red marks, symmetrical on the left and the right. The size is even and the shape is not bad. You did it on purpose, Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian glared at him and immediately let go of her ponytail. Then she parted her hair to cover both sides of her neck. That should be enough. Just now, it was indeed a bit intense. How did she let him kiss her neck? She even left a kiss mark on him. She didn't know when it would disappear. What if her classmates found out, especially if Jiasin found out? How was she going to explain it? Xia Jinyuan did it on purpose. Why would he do that on purpose? Unable to control himself, by the time he realized it, there was already one. 1 strawberry will cause misunderstandings. Why don't we just leave 2 strawberries? With strawberries, people won't misunderstand. Xia Jinyuan's explanation sounded quite reasonable. His smiling eyes occasionally slid across Yi Qian's face. His eyes were so bright that they seemed to sparkle. Yi Qian was already thinking about how to make him leave a kiss mark on her. When she looked up, she saw the sparkle in his deep eyes, which were like stars, shining on her body. Yi Qian's fingertips trembled and she felt her face heat up. The temperature in the car seemed to have risen by a lot. Her back was sweating slightly, leaving his mark on her body. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Leaving his mark, leaving his scent. It was as if he really wanted to melt her into his bones. Chapter 958. Xia Jinyuan, who had become restless after thinking about it for a while, took the initiative to put down the car window and let the cool morning breeze calm down his boiling blood. He did not want to be like a young man who was easily restless and restless. Yi Jian, whose back was sweating, also put down the car window at the same time. The 2 car windows were put down at the same time. After a few seconds of silence in the car, they looked at each other and smiled slowly from the corners of their eyes. They didn't speak anymore. One drove steadily and quickly, while the other sat quietly and occasionally made eye contact. Just looking at each other in silence was more than 1,000 words. G3 came out of the provincial hospital and drove the car he drove from the hotel yesterday to the rendezvous point as fast as he could. They had to reach the base in 4 hours and leave southern province by helicopter. The mission to return to China was over, and the next step was to rescue their comrade, K7. The last rendezvous point was at the entrance of the highway. Xia Jinyuan arrived 1.5 hours later. Before the car stopped, G3 opened the door and jumped into the car. There are still 3 hours left. If we take the highway, we will reach the base in 2 hours. He then looked at Yiqian and saw the white gauze on her arm. G3 raised his eyebrows. More honor. Good luck, Yiqian. Good luck, G3. Yiqian turned around and smiled at him. I will wait for your safe return. The car stopped. Yiqian took the car keys from G3 and said to Xia Jinyuan with pursed lips, there is still about a month before the maple leaves turn golden. I hope you will come back by then, put on your military uniform, and take me to see the mountain full of yellow maple leaves. G3's car was also borrowed from Hozi, and Yiqian would drive it back to Hozi. It won't be long, it will be soon. It's still early. You can go back to the 23rd floor to rest after breakfast, or go to the library. You don't have to rush back to school. Xia Jinyuan opened the car door and hugged her gently. He reminded her again, I am going on a long journey. You wait for me. We have to be safe. Yiqian raised his hands and placed them on Wei Xiaobao's shoulders. His voice was clear and calm as he said, You're on a long journey, I'll wait for you. My only wish is that everything will be fine and that I'll wait for your return. This time, Xia Jinyuan did not even give him a military salute. Without any hesitation, he opened the car door and got into the car, leaving only the shadow of his car for Yiqian to see. In the car, G3 turned around and saw Yiqian standing by the roadside. He saw her salute their car slowly, like a comrade in the brigade, silently sending off a comrade who was on a mission. G3 silently raised his hand and saluted Yiqian from afar. He waited until Yiqian was out of sight before he retracted his hand and said to Xia Jinyuan, who had a serious expression on his face and was focused on driving, Q King, you've met such a good girl. When she grows up, you should find a chance to marry her. There are too many single people in the brigade. You should take the lead and let us all join in the fun. Who knows, maybe one day we can all get married. The comrades in the Snowfield Brigade did not dare to say who they wanted to marry. They only dared to say who they wanted to marry. However, the point was that they all hated marrying and could not get married even if they wanted to. No one dared to marry them. For example, J5 and K7, who were so well-to-do, whenever they were free, they would yell and shout every day that they wanted to marry themselves off. However, after yelling for a few years, there was no response. As for the other comrades, they were all well-to-do and had good family backgrounds. No one dared to marry themselves off. The danger of their profession made them very cautious when it came to choosing love. Chapter 959. G3's teasing made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows slightly. He tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel and said calmly, G3, don't think that I don't know about you. Let's go back to China together. I'll go back to the provincial capital, and you'll go to Hongkou City. But didn't you meet your teacher after walking on the mountain roads for a few days and nights? I did. I sneaked into her room to take a look and killed 2 rats before coming out. G3 admitted openly. When Xia Jinyuan asked him to go to Hongkou City, he vaguely guessed what he meant. Since his comrades had given him a chance, how could he let them down? Everyone in the team acted like monks. It wasn't that they didn't like girls, but because of the special nature of their profession, they didn't dare to pursue them. Xia Jinyuan's initiative really taught them a lesson. If they didn't pursue the girl they liked, were they supposed to wait for the girl they liked to put on a wedding dress and marry another man? That was too cruel. You only killed 2 rats and didn't do anything else? You didn't even have physical contact? When Xia Jinyuan saw G3's stiff face from the rearview mirror, he smiled knowingly. He had the intention but didn't have the guts to do it. He had to continue working hard. He had to be like him. He didn't regret his actions and fell head first until he got the girl. When it came to the topic of girlfriends, it had always been a sore spot for his comrades. G3 closed his eyes to rest and didn't want to ask for more trouble from Xia Jinyuan. When Yiqian got out of the car, he clearly saw a fresh little red mark on her neck. It was bright red. It was obvious that it was planted not long ago. No wonder he was so proud of himself. He even kissed her neck. The all-round soldier king was at the forefront in all aspects. He even had to be at the forefront when it came to girlfriends. Yi Qian was too honest. He had to get J5 to teach her a lesson. How could he always give in to Q King? He had to at least consider his single comrades. After G3 thought about Q King with jealousy, he thought about the girl he liked. After a while, he sighed faintly in the car. K7, I wonder if you regret not going to see a girl properly? Using such a topic to mention his comrade, he seemed to feel that his comrade was right beside him and had not been captured. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, No, but I'm sure he'll find a way to fall in love with a girl when he comes back. I think it'll be difficult for K7 to find a girlfriend. He's a clean freak, and he's a soldier. I can't imagine how he'll kiss his girlfriend. K7's obsession with cleanliness was so serious that his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade protested. Once, J5's water bottle ran out, so he took K7's water bottle and poured it into his own. The mouth of the bottle wasn't even a finger's distance away. K7 poured all the water to J5. In the end, he said something that made J5 want to vomit blood. The water with your smell is dirty. J5 flew into a rage and yelled, Why the fuck would I drink water with your saliva on it? I don't even think it's dirty. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? K7 replied casually like a fairy. J5 was so angry that he pounded the ground several times. Complaining about the smell of water? I don't have bad breath. K7's obsession with cleanliness was a headache. During training, battles, exercises, and long-term training, there would be times when they didn't have enough water and needed to share some with their comrades. However, K7 would never share. He would rather die of thirst than share water with his comrades. Chapter 960. K7's obsession with cleanliness made G3 and Xia Jinyuan fall silent. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a low voice, Do you think this kid will die of thirst? After he said that, the car was silent for a while before G3 sighed and said, It's possible, so we have to speed up. From what I know about him, he doesn't drink water, sleep on the same bed, or eat in the same bowl with others. Damn it. I didn't think anything would happen to him before, but now that he's in trouble, why do I feel like his obsession with cleanliness is going to kill him? Punches and kicks, underwater kicks, snakes, insects, rats and ants, electric shocks, injections of all kinds of drugs, such as cardiac stimulants, capsaicin, and so on. They weren't worried that K7 couldn't handle it, but they were worried that K7 would die because of his obsession with cleanliness. Dying of thirst. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Both of them were thinking silently in their hearts until the G3's phone, which was used to maintain contact with the military, rang. The screen showed that there was no incoming call. Before G3 could say anything, Major General Lu's voice came from the phone. Have you met up with Q King yet? Why did he sound like he was questioning them? What did Q King do to make Major General Lu question him? As a Special Forces soldier, G3's senses were also very sharp. He could tell that something was wrong with one sentence. He looked at Xia Jinyuan and said in a low voice, Sir, Q King is driving. You drive, I have something to tell him. After drinking 3 bowls of cold water, he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. After thinking about it from another perspective, Major General Lu decided not to pursue Xia Jinyuan's disobedience. G3 covered the phone's microphone, leaned back, and asked softly, Q King, what bad things did you do? You made Major General Lu call me to question me. Nothing, I just hung up on Major General Lu. Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving on the left, gradually moved to the right lane. Now that Yi Qian wasn't with him, he had no choice but to answer Major General Lu's call. We're on the highway and need to find a temporary parking spot. Please give us some time. G3 gave Q King, who dared to hang up on the Major General, a thumbs up as he reported their current situation with a serious expression. The Major General grunted and said, Keep in touch. If you dare to hang up on me again, you'll be punished by military law. Fortunately, he was slow and did not hang up. G3, who was rejoicing, was prepared to throw this hot potato out at any time. He really didn't have the guts like Q King to hang up on the Major General. Xia Jinyuan parked the car at the temporary parking spot and took the phone from G3. I'm Q King. Brat, you've got guts? You even dare to hang up on me. The Major General was still breathing fire from his nose, but his voice was relatively gentle. Xia Jinyuan was a proud man. If you really went against him, the more you pushed, the more he would twist you. A tiger had to be pacified. Now, he had to pacify Tiger Xia's fur. The Major General lowered his voice again and advised, I know what you're worried about, but you have to believe in Yi Qian. We all believe in her. Why don't you believe in your own comrade? Yi Qian isn't just anyone. She's your comrade. K7 isn't just anyone either. He's Yi Qian's comrade. Now that K7 is in trouble, Yi Qian won't just stand by and watch. We also hope that she can join us. Why does your brigade need female soldiers? You know the reason. Female soldiers have characteristics that male soldiers don't. She can lower the vigilance of the ST mercenary group and achieve unexpected results. Also, Yi Qian is steady and courageous. The possibility of her being disturbed is very low. With her participating in the rescue, the military has more confidence in your safe return. Chapter 961. Q King, the Snowfield Brigade is the embodiment of our country's blood, sweat, and tears. You are the country's sharp knife. If there is even a small cut on the knife, our heart will ache. War makes women go away is no longer the truth. Sometimes, female soldiers are more powerful than our male soldiers. Actually, the Major General could have just called Yi Qian to join the operation. The reason why he tried to reason with Xia Jinyuan was so that Xia Jinyuan and the others could accept Yi Qian. They shouldn't think that Yi Qian couldn't do it. That was what the Major General thought, but Xia Jinyuan didn't think that way at all. His thoughts were simple. The ST mercenary group was too cruel to the female captives. He could accept Yi Qian's injuries. As a soldier, it was normal for his body to be injured. He could also accept being captured because his military skills were not up to standard. But he definitely couldn't accept the psychological damage. Xia Jinyuan's eyes were filled with coldness. He waited for the Major General to finish his words before he said calmly, Major General, I beg the military ministry to give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I swear on my military uniform that I will try my best to rescue my comrades. I say, you stinking brat, why are you so stubborn? The Major General slammed the table in his office and stood up. He gritted his teeth and said, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. You've forgotten all about it. Xia Jinyuan put one hand on the steering wheel and said casually, Major General, it's not that I don't want to obey orders. Yi Qian is not a soldier. She doesn't need to obey orders. He raised his hand to look at the time and said, we are still some distance away from the base. We can't waste any more time. I can't chat with you anymore. Don't you dare hang up on me again. In the face of such a stubborn subordinate, the Major General felt that his hair was about to turn white. What the hell? Based on his understanding of Q King, it was impossible for him to refuse such an order that was beneficial to his comrades. Why did he refuse so strongly today? K7 was sent in. For safety reasons, they couldn't send in any more members of the Snowfield Brigade. More importantly, Yi Qian needed to get a list of names from the ST mercenary group. No matter what, Yi Qian must participate in this operation. Fine, since I can't do anything to him, I can only ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to step in. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not object to Yi Qian joining the operation. Let G3 drive, wait for our call. This time, Major General did not give Xia Jinyuan a chance to hang up and hung up the phone first. The G3 was already waiting by the driver's seat. As soon as Xia Jinyuan moved the phone away from his ear, he immediately opened the door and said, I'll drive. You can rest in the back. How dare you hang up on a Major General? When I get back, I'll write the word, convinced, on a piece of red paper and nominate it for you. I'm not interested in your convinced word. If my little fox writes the word, convinced, I'll put it in a waterproof bag and put it next to my chest to look at every day. Xia Jinyuan pushed open the car door and got out. He seemed to be smiling, but the expression between his brows made G3's heart sink. What did Major General say to make Q King so cold? Hearing this, he immediately mocked back. You're so useless. Why don't you get a red string and hang the word, convinced, around your neck? That's a good idea. I can even add a bullet case and wear my little fox's authentic calligraphy every day. G3 heaved a sigh of relief. The omnipotent king's skin was already as thick as a brick. No one could win against him in an argument. He then asked casually, changing the topic, Major General is looking for you. Why did he look for me first? Chapter 962. I turned off my phone. Xia Jinyuan said calmly. He took out his phone from his pocket and turned it on. G3, who was about to start the car, almost lost his grip on the steering wheel. Q King, our entire team respects you. You're too strong. Only Q King could have done something as tough as hanging up on the Major General and turning off his phone. Faced with his comrade's praise, the tough Major replied calmly, Thanks for letting me win. Thanks for letting me win? We can't have a proper chat. G3 shut up completely and drove the car back onto the highway. The imported Mercedes-Benz performance was pretty good. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped off. The scenery on both sides of the road flashed by rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were a few kilometers away from the distant southern province. Xia Jinyuan wasn't in the mood to talk. His fingers unconsciously rubbed his phone. His deep eyes were locked in front of him. He seemed to have something on his mind. It's only 7 in the morning. Little Fox wouldn't have gone to the platoon for training, right? Before getting into the car, he specifically reminded her to rest well, go to the hotel or the library, not to return to school early, and not to rush to the platoon for training. He was afraid that the military wouldn't be able to help him, so he had to change Little Fox's mind. Little Fox wanted to carry out her mission, and the 2 seniors beside her hoped that she would be able to accomplish something and train at any time. What else did she have to do? She didn't have to do anything, she agreed to everything. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was silently praying that Yi Qian would either return to the hotel or go to the library. That way, the military wouldn't be able to find him within the day. Their car drove on the highway for at least half an hour. Yi Qian stood on the side of the road until the sun was dazzling. He moved his body slightly and looked at the maple trees on the side of the road. They should be able to return when the maple leaves turn yellow. After standing there for at least 5 minutes, Yi Jian carried her school bag and the bag with her school uniform and walked to the side of the G3 car. She opened the door and started the car. After making a right turn, she turned around and headed in the direction of Caesar Hotel. It was still very early. If she didn't want to go back to school, she might as well go to the training ground. She would drive back and ask Z if she could borrow his car for a day and return it before 6. Ho Z happened to be in a room on the 23rd floor of the Caesar Hotel. She didn't look well and seemed a little gloomy. Last night, he didn't manage to find Xia Yiwei. When he rushed to the riverside coffee shop where they used to meet, he found out that Xia Yiwei had changed her mind at the last minute. She wasn't in the southern province and had taken a plane back to Beijing, with a man accompanying her. When he received the call from the lobby manager, he happened to be packing his clothes. He was about to kill his way to Beijing to snatch the person. He said to the lobby manager, "You can return it whenever you want. Let her use it without worry. Oil card. Prepare an oil card for her. Keep it in reserve." Xia Jinyuan had done him a huge favor, so he had to take extra care of his girlfriend. He would need Xia Jinyuan's help in the future. Ho Zi quickly borrowed the car, saving Yi Qian a lot of time. When they arrived at the location where Xia Jinyuan had sent her that night, Yi Qian handed the car to the sentry and entered the underground training ground. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen were having a meeting with several instructors. Yi Qian didn't disturb them. Instead, he went to his locker and took out the camouflage uniform from the training ground. He changed into it to hide the injury on his arm and quickly went back to training. After the meeting, Lu Tuan came out and heard that Yi Qian was here. He smiled at Political Commissar Yen and said, "She hasn't trained for more than 10 days. Do you want to see if she's rusty?" Chapter 963. I believe that little Yi won't be out of practice. She hasn't been here for more than 10 days and she's still thinking about it. Political Commissar Yen didn't stop and went straight to Yi Qian's training. She's a natural soldier and can fight. She won't be out of practice, she won't be out of practice. The blowers blew loudly, and the off-road vehicles and sedans sped across the large training ground. The tires screeched as they rubbed against the ground, and the smell of rubber and gasoline filled everyone's nostrils. They didn't find the smell unpleasant, and each and every one of them was focused on wiping away their sweat and training hard. The Great Dragon Country of the late 1990s was no longer the early 1990s where they had to swallow their pride after being wronged overseas. The Great Dragon Country had been dormant all this time, waiting for the 21st century to come and roar again. The reason why China's military power could roar and rise was not only because of the weapons secretly developed by the various bases, but also because of this group of secretly trained, respectable and cute soldiers. Yi Qian drove a jeep this time. She didn't slow down and directly swooped down from a high slope. Then she went over a high platform and rushed past rows of iron nails. She turned the steering wheel tightly and went through a 180-degree turn. Yi Qian was on an S-shaped training path. When she fought with the mercenaries in the hospital, she said that she was a Chinese soldier. The mercenary obviously didn't believe her and even denied that she was a Chinese soldier with a disdainful attitude. He said that Chinese soldiers weren't that powerful. That's right, they didn't think that Chinese soldiers were that powerful. They weren't even as good as the mercenaries. What did this mean? It meant that in their eyes, our country was a weak country. A weak country that couldn't cultivate outstanding soldiers. No wonder they were so arrogant and came all the way here. It was because they looked down on us and took it for granted that our country was a weak country and couldn't do anything to them. Couldn't do anything? It wasn't that our country couldn't do anything to them. It was that we were secretly accumulating military power. One day, we would shock the whole world and let the whole world know what the rise of a great country meant. We have excellent, advanced, and unsurpassable weapons. We also have a group of brave, fearless, and heroic soldiers. The rise of a great country and the awakening of the great dragon. Let's see who still dares to be arrogant. The car passed by in a flash. Regiment Commander Lu sat in the car and looked at the figure that passed by him. He said to Political Commissar Yen, "This girl will finish her apprenticeship in December. It's a pity that we're not an armored unit. Otherwise, we could take her to drive an armored car or a tank. That way, she wouldn't have to wait until she gets into the military academy to go on missions. Haste makes waste. Everything has to be done slowly." Political Commissar Yen was not as anxious as platoon leader Lu. Instead, he hoped that Yi Qian could take each step steadily and lay a solid foundation. A series of gunshots came from the front. It was Yi Qian walking in an S-shaped path. At the same time, he fired at the live targets that were lying in ambush along the S-shaped path. Empty cartridges were fired continuously. Every time a shot was fired, a DDD sound would be heard. Only when a bullet was fired and the shot hit a live target, the sound would be heard. Yi Jian fired a series of shots, and the sound continued to be heard. Needless to say, all of them hit the mark. The car went down the S-shaped path. The brakes were steady and the car stopped precisely at the designated spot. 2 hours of training had made her sweat profusely and her blood boil. She had arrived at the training base at 10 in the morning. It was now 12 in the afternoon. The long-awaited training had ignited all of Yi Qian's passion. If she hadn't seen the final parking spot, she probably wouldn't have let go of the steering wheel. Chapter 964. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen walked over and saw that Yi Qian was still sitting in the car. Not only did she not get out, but her hands were still touching the car. She was reluctant to get out. This made Lu Tuan laugh out loud. He opened the car door and said loudly, "Girl, why are you still not getting out? It's time for dinner. Get out and eat. Rest for a while before you practice again." She was not unfamiliar with it at all. She was very familiar with it. Come. Eat some cabbage and potatoes with us. Don't be so reluctant to get out. You're giving my soldiers a hard time. At least let the male soldiers catch their breaths. She drove the jeep at high speed and took an S-shaped curve. She held the steering wheel with one hand and shot at live targets with the other. She fired a series of blank bullets that made everyone's blood boil. Yi Qian jumped out of the car and said embarrassedly, "I overdid it. I'm not in a hurry to eat. I'll go check on my results first. Not bad. All your shots hit the forehead, throat, and heart. Political Commissar Yen smiled and looked at Yi Qian. He observed her for a while and asked, "Girl, you're so hard-working. What happened?" Political Commissar Yen was observant. He could tell that something was wrong with Yi Qian. Yi Qian did not know what was wrong with her that Political Commissar Yen noticed. She smiled and said, "When did you get a pair of discerning eyes? You usually start eating when it's time. You're never later than the male soldiers. Today is different. Why do I need to use my discerning eyes? I can tell just by looking at you." Political Commissar Yen narrowed his eyes slightly. After carefully observing Yi Jian's expression, he could not help but frown slightly. "You look a bit angry and thoughtful. What happened?" "Girl." When Lu Tuan heard this, he also looked at her carefully. There was indeed an angry look in her eyes. "Did you meet someone who needs to be taught a lesson again? Tell me what's on your mind. Don't keep it to yourself." "I didn't meet any difficulties. I'm just angry. It's fine as long as it goes smoothly." Putting aside the matter with Xia Jinyuan and the others, Yi Qian was still upset that the mercenaries thought that the Chinese soldiers were not strong. "How dare you look down on the soldiers of our country?" She didn't want to talk about it. Political Commissar Yen and Regiment Commander Lu looked at each other. There was no hurry. It was not a bad idea to ask later. "That's good. That's good." Political Commissar Yen gently patted Yi Qian's shoulder and adjusted his collar. He smiled and sighed. "Little Yi, we all want to see you in military uniform as soon as possible. Why don't you skip a grade and directly enter the 3rd year of high school?" When he was in the army, he often told the soldiers that if they had time, they should study more and increase their knowledge. But when she came to Yi Qian, it was the opposite. He felt that studying in school was a waste of time, and that it would be better for her to join the army early. "Just now, you were criticizing me for being too impatient and saying that I had to take things slowly. Now that it's your turn, you're asking Yi Qian to quit his studies and join the army." Regiment Commander Lu glanced at the political commissar who said, "Only the officials can do whatever they want, but not the common people." He said to Yi Qian sternly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. We have to study. Not only do we have to study good books." Political Commissar Yen has been busy recently. His brain is probably a little rusty. He's lying through his teeth. Don't pay attention to him. He was usually lectured by the political commissar. Now that he finally had a chance to lecture the political commissar, how could Regiment Commander Lu let go of such a good opportunity? He seized the opportunity to say all the things that he usually couldn't say. People who do ideological work have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. You're not allowed to read minds. You're misleading people. Chapter 965. We need to study and we can't delay our training. But we need to take care of our bodies. Now we can eat according to the time. How can we miss the time to eat? Yi Qian's eyes turned into crescents when he heard that. It was always Commissar Yen who told Regimental Commander Lu to pay attention to his words. Now that he finally had the chance to lecture Commissar Yen, how could Regimental Commander Lu let it go? "I'll give you a chance to lecture me. Stop taking advantage of me." Commissar Yen smiled and shook his head. He said gently to Yi Qian, "That's right. You need to study. Learn well before you join the national defense. Let's go. Let's eat first. We can practice in the afternoon." To be honest, Yi Qian really didn't have the mood to eat. It was already midnight. She didn't know if they had arrived at the base or if they had caught the support plane. She also didn't know how they would rescue K7. She couldn't help but think about all these things when she was quiet. She could only forget about them temporarily when she focused on her training. She only hoped that each of them could come back safely. Even if they were injured, it didn't matter as long as they could come back safely. There was an hour and a half break at noon. Yi Qian didn't rest after eating. She put away the plates and chopsticks and walked towards Training Area B. Regimental Commander Lu chased after her. "You're too hard-working. I told you to take a break. Why didn't you listen?" Yi Qian was drinking water as she walked. When she heard Regimental Commander Lu's question, she quickly turned around. "I can't relax. My steering wheel slipped when I was driving on Route S. Also, The soldiers under you will be going to Zongnanhai for a change of camp at the end of December. I need to hurry up and learn more. Regiment Commander Lu's car soldiers would train throughout the year without any breaks. Now that the training of this batch of soldiers had entered the final assessment stage, it was also the most rigorous stage. Learning from them would also be beneficial to improving Yi Jian's ability. Don't give yourself too much pressure. You're not a soldier yet. Commander Lu was just saying that. In reality, he hoped that Yi Qian could excel in all aspects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come over to monitor Yi Qian's training from time to time. Yi Qian waited for Lu Tuan to come up and continued to walk towards Zone B. He had no intention of stopping. He devoted himself to training so that he could fight back and not think too much about Xia Jinyuan's operation. He then said seriously, "Although I'm not a soldier now, I've always regarded myself as a real soldier in my heart. If I don't put my life on the line during training, it'll be too late when I really have to. Take advantage of the time when you can to fight for your life. Fight for yourself, fight for your future, and fight for your life." I think that's pretty good. Oh no, the little girl had become like a political commissar. She had a set of words that sounded like a tongue twister. You have class at 7 o'clock. When it's time to rest, you have to take a good rest. You don't really have to risk your life. However, you're right. If we don't work hard during training, it'll be too late when we really have to. Lu Tuan didn't force Yi Qian to rest. It was rare to see a soldier with such a high level of awareness. How could he discourage him? When Yi Qian went to Zone B, Lu Tuan turned back to look for Commissar Yen. The little girl has a lot on her mind. Talk to her. She's used to hiding her thoughts. You can't ask her directly. Old Yen, give her some real advice. I'll find a chance to ask her after training in the afternoon. She'll drive over herself. I'm going to the military headquarters anyway. I'll rush back to the regiment early tomorrow. You don't have to arrange a car to send me. I'll take her car into the city. It had become a habit to go to the military headquarters at the end of the month. Chapter 966. That's fine too. Ask her properly. I don't feel confident seeing her like this. You go and keep an eye on her. I'll go to Area C to take a look. After saying a few words, Lu Tuan adjusted his training cap and strode away. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Qian's day of training ended. Political Commissar Yen, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled as he watched her complete a few difficult maneuvers to avoid obstacles. He clapped his hands and walked to the front of the dead jeep. The afternoon was more exciting than the morning. You were completely in training mode. The training can't be interrupted. It has to be continuous. I feel much better in the afternoon. Yi Qian jumped out of the jeep. The tall military jeep made Yi Qian look even more petite, but the valiance of the military's red makeup hit her in the face. A green towel was handed over. Here, Political Commissar Yen and Lu Tuan took care of Yi Qian like parents. They would take care of Yi Qian in all aspects. When she smiled and said, "Thank you," and took the towel, Political Commissar Yen said, "Come again tomorrow night. It's getting late. Go change your clothes. I'll take your car into the city today." He could talk to her in the car. She was still young, so she shouldn't be so worried. She should be more angry too. He should ask her clearly what was going on. It was indeed getting late. Yi Qian shrugged and accepted the arrangement without any objections. But her clothes, she really couldn't change. She wiped the sweat off her face and smiled. Go back to school and change. I'll send you to the provincial military base first and then return the car to someone else. It'll save time to change clothes. Okay. You go up first and ask the sentinel to drive the car over. I'll go get a document. Walking out of the underground training ground, Yi Jian, who made all the male soldiers blush with shame, stood in the sunlight that was as thin as gold powder. Her slightly thin figure stood straight, revealing the piercing coldness of a steel gun. It was autumn, and the scenery outside the area was even more bleak. The autumn wind blew, and the branches of an unknown tree swayed. A few withered leaves were gently blown to the ground, and then a few more leaves fell together. This year's autumn seemed to come quickly. Could the thousands of maple leaves in Mount Daliang wait until Xia Jinyuan came back? Political Commissar Yen, who walked out one step later, looked at the slender figure standing motionless like a sculpture in the golden sunlight. His eyes were a little serious. This girl did have something on her mind, and it was very serious. There were skills in asking questions and trying to get information out of her. Political Commissar Yen was the best at doing ideological work. He did not directly ask Yi Jian if she was unhappy. Instead, he asked her indirectly and found an entry point. Chinese. This question could not be answered in a short time, and it was also a very sharp question. Do you think our Chinese soldiers are weak? Political Commissar Yen asked in return. Could it be that Yi Qian had something on her mind because of this? Did someone say that our soldiers were weak in front of her? Yi Qian shook his head. His eyes were firm. No. I have never thought that our soldiers are weak. Our soldiers have never been weak. We practice and learn every day. We protect our country as protectors. We don't need to prove to anyone that we are strong. The value of our existence is not to prove anything to others. Chapter 967. Why do people say that our soldiers are weak? That's because what they see is a facade. Look at modern warfare. Whether it's developed countries, developing China, or those poor and backward countries, war can break out at any time. Since the end of the Sino-Vietnamese border war in February 1990, our country has been keeping a low profile. We don't want the people to lose their homes and live in misery and suffering. We have been secretly accumulating military strength along the strategic direction of peaceful development. We don't act in a high-profile manner, but we are always ready. We don't take the initiative to fire a single shot, but if there is an attack, our army is ready to fight. If we fight, we will win. We don't need to prove the strength of our soldiers to anyone. We just need to remember that it's not us who are weak, but us who are waiting for an opportunity to strike. If someone says that our soldiers are weak, you can treat them as a mediocre person. If our country's strength is seen through by a mediocre person, then there will be a big problem. Weakness is a facade. How can the rise of a great country be judged by a few words from a mediocre person? As long as Yi Qian didn't come into contact with this, she wouldn't understand it even if she lived another life. Political Commissar Yan's last sentence woke Yi Qian up like a bolt of lightning. That's right. How can the rise of a great country be judged by a few words from a mediocre person? If our country's military strength was seen through by a mediocre person, then it would be a joke. I understand. Thank you, Political Commissar. Yi Qian saluted the Political Commissar who had enlightened her. She said calmly, "Your words made me understand that as a soldier, we don't need to deliberately tell them that we are not weak, and we don't need to care about what those mediocre people say. We just need to remember to hold the steel gun in our hands well. If we call, we will fight. If we fight, we will win." That's right. Our country needs to develop peacefully, and development requires stability. The rise of a great country takes time. As soldiers, we work hard for the rise of our country. We are not weak. We have been training hard. If anyone dares to fire the first shot at our country, the first shot will be when we move out. We will fight to the end to protect our country. Political Commissar Yen didn't mind giving Yi Qian a good lesson. An outstanding soldier must know what our country's strategy was. The country was not weak, and the army was not weak. Wait for an opportunity to strike, and it was earth-shattering. Seeing that Yi Qian's furrowed brows had loosened, Political Commissar Yen smiled and said, "In the future, if you encounter any soldiers from other countries who say that our soldiers are weak, I still hope to see you use your fist to tell them who is weak and who is strong. When a scholar meets a soldier, there's no way to reason with him. Why don't we just fight and take them down a notch? Then you'll know what weak means." That was indeed the case. Previously, she had used her fist to show the mercenary who looked down on the Chinese how powerful a female soldier was. Let's see if he still dares to say that Chinese soldiers are weak. However, he didn't have the chance to say anything. He was burned to ashes by Ho Zi's men. If there's a chance, I'll beat him up until he's too ashamed to return to his own army. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He looked up slightly and saw Lu Tuan's secretary jogging over. "Political Commissar, Lu Tuan's secretary seems to be looking for you." "Reporting." "Political Commissar, Lu Tuan asks Yi Qian to come back to the office immediately to answer the call. The person he was looking for was not Political Commissar Yen, but Yi Qian. Moreover, it was an extremely urgent call. It was a call from the military. The person who called was someone who made Yi Qian absolutely terrified and terrified. Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian said, "Hello, I'm Yi Qian." The voice coming from the other side of the phone made her immediately stand at attention and relax. Chapter 968. Xiao Yi, you've made us look for you for hours. Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice came from the other end of the phone. He asked her, "How have you been? Is everything okay?" Yi Qian couldn't help but gulp. She maintained her reporting posture and answered seriously, "Reporting, everything is fine. Why did I hear from my rascal that you're injured and not well? That rascal probably likes to make a mountain out of a molehill." Yi Qian, who only dared to say this in her heart, maintained her voice and continued to say seriously, "I'm slightly injured, but it's not a big problem." Slightly injured? Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen, who were standing on either side of Yi Qian, immediately looked at Yi Qian. They didn't see where she was injured. Her neck? She didn't even tie her hair up during training today. Her neck was injured? Lu Tuan glanced at Political Commissar Yen and said softly, "No wonder the first thing you said when I received the call was to invite the military doctor over. I thought you were going to ask the military doctor about the injury rate down there." "Stop talking." Political Commissar Yen also glanced at his old partner. This was a little strange. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded with a smile and gestured to Major General Lu. Major General Lu took out his phone and said coldly, "Q King, we've already contacted Yi Qian and confirmed that her injuries are minor. She can carry out the mission." No matter how well-mannered Xia Jinyuan was, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, his attitude was still very cold. "Major General, it's too late now. We've already gotten off the plane and will be heading to the border soon. I won't give up until I reach the Yellow River. Little Fox, we have to be telepathic this time. Don't agree." It was impossible not to agree. He could already foresee that Little Fox would agree immediately. This was also called telepathic. He could even guess what she would say. She would say, "Okay, I'll leave right away." Too late? No, V8 will be late. Tell him to wait for Yi Qian. As for you, go do whatever you need to do. The Major General hung up and left Xia Jinyuan with a beeping sound. Commander-in-Chief Xia was still chatting with Yi Qian, and he seemed to be quite interested in the conversation. "Are you sure your injuries aren't serious? It would be better to let the military doctor take a look." The rascal was used to being injured all over. When he saw other people's injuries, he would think that they were just minor injuries. Let the military doctor take a look. Whether it's serious or not, the doctor has the final say. On the phone, the rascal had said that Yi Qian's arm was about to be broken. Even though she knew that he had said it was serious, she was still scared. Since he had been injured by ST's mercenaries, it was true that they couldn't treat him casually. They had to let the military doctor take a look at him and report the situation. Whether or not Yi Qian could go would depend on how serious her injuries were. The military doctor had already arrived. Yi Qian took off his camouflage jacket and revealed a section of white gauze on his arm. It was already overflowing with dried brown blood. The military doctor took out the gauze and scissors and carefully examined it. He said, "You didn't hurt the skin. It's really not serious. It's just a minor injury. No matter what, it would require at least 5 stitches to be considered a serious injury." Commander-in-Chief Xia confirmed that it was a serious injury and began to talk about business. He first asked Yi Qian to ask Regiment Commander Lu and Political Commissar Yen to leave. Then he began to talk about the operation. "I'm sure you know that this operation is mainly to rescue K7. However, we received news that ST's mercenaries have a name list. This name list is very important. We hope that this name list will be kept by our country. We know where the name list is, but it's very difficult to enter ST's mercenaries. If we have female soldiers to support us, not only will we be able to help them rescue K7 as soon as possible, we might also be able to get the name list and bring it back to China." Chapter 969. We have female soldiers, but none of them have worked with Xia Jinyuan before. Yi Qian, the military hopes that you can temporarily drop your studies and support them. What do you think? Don't be in a hurry to agree. The military has the responsibility to tell you what kind of existence the ST Mercenary Corps is. Commander-in-Chief Xia would not let Yi Qian go to the front line without knowing anything. He had to make it clear to her and let her understand the danger of the mission. Only by understanding the danger could she better avoid it and protect herself. The ST Mercenary Corps is a group of mercenaries who value money over life. Their top organizer has close ties with a country in South Asia and has the support of the government. They are hired to carry out all kinds of assassinations, kidnappings, and battles. The source of the mercenaries is mainly from South Asia and Namibia. They have a reserve force of thousands and have hired military experts to train the mercenaries. The phone call lasted for a long time, mainly because Commander-in-Chief Xia wanted to tell Yi Qian what kind of existence the ST Mercenary Corps was. In 1994, the ST Mercenary Corps sent out a mercenary force with air protection and armor. It only took a few days for them to quell the danger in a certain country. In 1991, a civil war broke out in Sierra. The anti-government forces attacked fiercely, and the government forces hired the ST Mercenary Corps. Within a few months, the anti-government forces were utterly defeated. There were more than 1 or 2 incidents about the ST Mercenary Corps. Just these few incidents made Yi Qian understand how difficult it was for Xia Jinyuan to rescue K7 from the ST Mercenary Corps. These are national affairs. The ST Mercenary Corps is notorious for being inhumane, especially when it comes to female captives. They torture them physically and mentally. Yi Qian, I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. You can choose to refuse. This morning, the Major General contacted Xia Jinyuan and told him about the military's proposal. However, he strongly rejected it. I'm guessing that he didn't mention it to you. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not leave Yi Qian with no choice. Instead, he gave the choice to Yi Qian and let her make the decision herself. As for whether Yi Qian would choose, Commander-in-Chief Xia already knew the answer. At 5 o'clock, the sun was setting in the west. The faint golden light shone on the entire Ta County, enveloping it in a golden world. Xia Jinyuan watched as the blood-red sun gradually disappeared into the clouds. His handsome face, which looked like it had been dyed with gold powder, was piercingly cold. If Commander-in-Chief Xia stepped forward, he would give Yi Qian a chance to choose. But in reality, he already had an answer in mind. Drink some water. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. G3 handed over the newly bought mineral water. His gravelly voice was a little heavy. Maybe she won't agree. If he were to agree to something like this, Yi Qian's guts would be so big that he could pierce through the heavens. But being a soldier required guts. Without guts, one would be a coward. If he really agreed, G3 would concede defeat. Xia Jinyuan took the bottle of water, twisted the cap open, and drank a few mouthfuls. The water flowed from the corner of his mouth, down his chin, and down to his neck. It had the rough and sexy taste of a man. He said in a low voice, "When Commander-in-Chief Xia steps forward, there's nothing he can't accomplish. Yi Qian, I know her. Even if Commander-in-Chief Xia doesn't exist, she will still agree to the military's request. So, I've already accepted the truth and am ready to welcome her." G3 raised his eyebrows in surprise. You resisted so strongly before, why did you suddenly accept it? Didn't everything you did before become useless? Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "Brother, how can I go against the military with my own strength? A wise man submits to circumstances. If I resist again, I'll be labeled as disobeying orders. It will make me lose all face and make my little fox laugh at me." Chapter 970. Xia Jinyuan adjusted his clothes elegantly. He went from strong opposition to acceptance and said in a very noble manner, "Since my strong opposition is ineffective, I'll just adapt." "Fuck. Your ability to adapt is too strong." G3 muttered in his heart, then slowly said, "You've adapted, but I haven't. Let me take a breather first. Thinking about asking Yi Qian to go on a mission with us, I feel a little pressured." Q King adapted and accepted. He, who just found out, hadn't. Don't worry, there's still time for you to take a breather. We'll march at 5:40 in the morning. The two of us will find a place to take a nap and leave a mark for our brothers to find us. Xia Jinyuan, who had an extraordinary ability to adapt and accept, said cheerfully. It was impossible to tell from his handsome face that he was so adamant about not letting Yi Qian come over that he hung up the phone and turned off his phone. The military had to go around G3 to find him. He was so adamant before, but now? How could anyone tell that he had objected before? G3 looked up. Can you sleep? Why can't I sleep? The black cars can't come over for a while, and our brothers didn't come over either. I'll sleep if I can. Xia Jinyuan smiled and walked out of the bus station. When they got off the plane and came to the bus station, they didn't find a regular car to leave the country. Instead, they found a black car. A black car was good, but it took a little longer. G3 looked at his back and was a little amazed. Why can't I sleep? Was there a need to ask? Yi Qian was going on such a dangerous mission with them. Wasn't he worried? G3 caught up with him and didn't say anything else. What was done, and there was no turning back. It was good that Yi Qian joined. It was easier for him to get into the ST mercenary group. As a soldier, there were many things that had to be accepted unconditionally without a choice. Xia Jinyuan had already understood the uniqueness of his profession. Since he had to accept it without a choice, then he would accept it. He would accept the person he loved unconditionally, go into dangerous places with him, and fight together with him. The person he loved had the same faith as him. He would fight for his faith and share the glory with her. The last ray of the setting sun disappeared, and the sky finally darkened. Yi Jian, who had been speeding all the way from the southern province, got on the highway at 6:30 in the evening. Her speed was so fast that the cars she overtook were amazed. His speed was so fast that he could not even see the car in front of him in the next second. She rushed to the base and took a transport plane to meet up with Xia Jinyuan, who was already waiting for her in Ta County. Time was tight, so she didn't even go back to school. She didn't even ask for leave from her teacher and drove all the way to the base. If they missed the time set by the military, the next transport plane would have to wait until the next day. K7 was still waiting to be rescued. She could not wait until tomorrow. Principal Chen already knew that Yi Qian had gone to war again. After he finished the call, he sat quietly for about half an hour. Principal Chen chuckled softly and then sighed softly, "Girl, you have to work hard." The military only said that girl Yi had to leave school for a period of time, and the date of her return was uncertain. The date of her return was uncertain. Principal Chen picked up the calendar on the desk, picked up a red pen, and made a tick on the date of October 19th. From today onwards, he would wait for girl Yi to come back. He also had to ask for leave from school for her. What excuse should he use? Chapter 971. He didn't know how dangerous this mission was. Although he and Uncle Jen were training Yi Qian to be a special forces soldier, it was inevitable that they would be worried if they encountered a mission with an uncertain return date. It was a good thing that the military valued Yi Qian, and it was also what he and Uncle Jen hoped for. However, if they really sent their own child to the front line, they would be reluctant and worried. After all, he was young and inexperienced. He couldn't be compared to a professionally trained special forces soldier. He only hoped that Yi Qian could successfully complete the mission and return to the country safely. The military didn't say what mission Yi Qian participated in, but Principal Chen used to be a world-class sniper and had carried out countless infiltration missions. He could see the danger of the mission just by looking at the uncertain return date. Principal Chen was responsible for the school, so Yi Qian didn't have to worry about it. At 8:14 p.m., Yi Qian parked her car outside the base. A sentry trotted over with a gun on his back. They had already been notified that they needed to quickly let in a car from the southern province. After the sentry saluted, he took Yi Qian's identification from the provincial military and her student ID. 3 minutes later, he confirmed that Yi Qian's identity was correct and waved his arm to open the valve. Yi Qian, who couldn't even say, "Thank you," in a hurry, calculated the valve's opening speed in her mind. When her car sped past, the valve's opening width was just enough for the car to pass through. There was only a gap of 1 centimeter between the left and right sides. Looking at the car speeding into the base, The sentry carried 5 live bullets on his shoulder and muttered, "Amazing! It's like a fighter jet missile hitting the ground. It hit the target perfectly." From the southern province to the base, Yi Qian precisely timed the journey down to the second. She didn't take a sip of water or rest for even a second. At 8:25 p.m., she was ready to board the transport plane to meet up with Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan's boarding time was 8 in the morning. Yi Qian received the call at 5 in the afternoon, which was the time when Xia Jinyuan got off the plane and arrived at the bus station. Therefore, Yi Qian now boarded the plane at 8:30 a.m. After an 8-hour flight and an hour-long car ride, it would take another 9 hours to meet up with Xia Jinyuan. They would arrive at 5:30 a.m. She would arrive at 5:30 p.m., which was enough time for Xia Jinyuan and the others to get some sleep and rest up while waiting for her. It was difficult to fall asleep on the transport plane even if she wore earmuffs with good sealing. Yi Jian forced herself to fall asleep for 4 hours. When she opened her eyes, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. There was still half an hour before the transport plane would arrive at the landing point. Yi Qian, who was awake, looked down through the window of the plane. It was pitch black, and there was not even a single light. They were flying over a mountain range, so it was normal that they couldn't see any lights. The landing location was a field airport. As the speed of the transport plane decreased and the angle changed, the pilot reminded the plane to prepare for landing. The power was slowly decreasing, and the whole process took less than 3 minutes. The transport plane won't be late. It should be here by now. 6 young men, who were dressed differently and looked a little frivolous, sat together in the dark. They looked casual, but in fact, their eyes were like eagles, constantly observing their surroundings in the dark. The man who spoke had a handsome baby face, mainly because of his big and bright eyes. He didn't look old, but he also looked harmless. T6, the elite soldiers selected from the military. They looked harmless on the surface, but when they were ruthless, they could kill until their eyes turned red. Chapter 972. From time to time, he would raise his head to look in the direction of the bus station to see if the shabby car from the field airport had arrived. In V8's words, was this guy thinking of Yi Qian? Xia Jinyuan glanced at the time. It was 5:20 in the morning, so he should be arriving soon. The sound of a car could be heard. The 6 of them raised their heads almost at the same time and looked in the direction of the car. He's here. Yi Qian had arrived. Dressed in camouflage, he appeared more military-like than the 6 people who had come to greet him. It turned out that the 5 of them had done the same thing. They subconsciously adjusted their collars and tugged at the hem of their clothes, waiting for Yi Qian to come over as if they were waiting for a review. Except for Xia Jinyuan, his comrades were waiting in place. As for him, he held a large backpack filled with thick clothes and went over to greet him. "We meet again less than 24 hours after we parted, little fox." It was unclear if he did it on purpose, but his tall figure blocked the view of the people behind him. When Commander-in-Chief Xia is involved, there is no target that he can't take down. "Little fox, you're really brave." Yi Qian took the large backpack from the man who was dressed like a traveler. He raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "If you had told me this morning, I wouldn't have been so nervous and would have come over together. That would have saved me 9 hours. It was different then. Let's go and get to know our brothers. You know G3, T6, V8, and Z7, but there is one more comrade that you haven't met." Xia Jinyuan immediately changed the topic, in case she wanted to settle the score with him later. He opened the backpack and took out a thick coat for her. "You must be cold. Put on the coat first." "A little, but it's still okay. Let's go. Don't let them wait too long." Yi Qian put on the thin coat inside. It was much warmer to wear a windproof coat. Xia Jinyuan zipped up the coat for her. His eyes were full of tenderness. This little fox. She really dared to come. He tried his best to stop her, but it still ended up like this. "Then, my lover, my comrade, it's time for us to protect each other's lives." Z7's Han Zheng had already waved at Yi Qian, but unfortunately, he was blocked by Xia Jinyuan. When Yi Qian came over, he stood up and said, "He's not nice. He's deliberately blocking our enthusiasm. I'm giving you time to tidy up your clothes. Don't let Yi Qian see your ugliest side." Xia Jinyuan retorted with a good reason. he said to a man who was about 186 meters tall. Pigeon, he was in charge of the leader's internal security last time. Hello, Yiqian. I've met you before. You're a very outstanding female soldier. I'm looking forward to fighting alongside you. It was 5:30 in the morning and the sky was still dark. Yiqian was stunned by Dove's voice when he opened his mouth. His voice was so pleasant to the ears. Just like the ancient musical instrument, sun, one sentence had an elegant softness and a touch of sadness. It would make people want him to say a few more words so that they could savor his voice. Hello, I'm Yiqian. It's my goal to be able to fight alongside you. Yiqian reached out and shook his hand gently, then politely let go. That's why I'm here to pursue my goal. This was the first time he heard a girl say that her goal was to fight with the special forces. Surprise was written all over Dove's face. It was so strange. Fighting as her goal. Wasn't she a little too courageous? Chapter 973. How is it? I told you Yiqian is interesting, didn't I? The 8 raised his hand and put it on Pigeon's shoulder. He smiled until his white teeth looked like a beast's teeth under the faint sky. It was fine when he didn't smile, but when he smiled, he gave off a ferocious aura. Pigeon looked at Yiqian for a while and smiled. You are indeed interesting. Pigeon was a special forces soldier. He joined the army because he had a good voice. After singing a song, he immediately became a special forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan, who was beside him, sensed Yiqian's surprise at his voice. He chuckled and said, after that, it took him a year to get back to the position he wanted. In the army, he first became a special forces soldier, and then a special forces soldier. He became the most incredible member of the Snowfield Brigade. That was indeed incredible. Yiqian pursed his lips and smiled. That was my dark history. I applied to go to the border, but I was screwed by my own voice. When I received the notice of enlistment, my parents laughed and I cried. Pigeon was a talkative person. He was the assaulter and explosives expert in the army. Yiqian did not know him, but he had heard of Yiqian. Therefore, he did not feel unfamiliar when they talked. He had met his other comrades before and had even fought side by side. When they met again, they both punched Yiqian. They smiled at each other and felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. At 5:30 p.m., the small county was still asleep. Even the street lamps on the narrow streets were lit up, making the small county seem even quieter. It was as if the night had just begun. The sound of a truck came from afar, breaking the silence at the station. The truck is here. Cover Yiqian and get on. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand slightly. G3 quickly picked up the travel bag and ran towards the truck that flashed 3 times. They stumbled as they ran, as if they were not fully awake. They were not very fast either, which made the driver in the truck curse in a low voice. Now, they were bold stowaways who wanted to make money from the war. The truck driver had seen many such people. When he saw them, he counted them and took the money from Xia Jinyuan. He pointed at the back of the truck and said arrogantly, "There are 6 seats in the middle for you. Listen, you are not allowed to move my goods. Do you hear me?" His Chinese was not good. Based on his accent, it was obvious that he was a local. The 6 of them carefully tried to please him and said softly, "We know, we know." The bearded driver glanced at the 6 of them with what he thought was a fierce gaze and snorted softly. Until the truck started moving again, the driver didn't notice that there was an extra person in the truck. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still dark, he headed towards Princess Castle. A total of 8 of our comrades went to Operation Storm. K7 was captured, J5 was injured and hospitalized. Now, the 6 of us, including you, are going to St. Xia Jinyuan first told Yiqian the number of people in the previous operation. Then, he spread a map on a nylon bag that was filled with something unknown. He drew on the map with his finger and said, "From here, follow the Zhongba Highway for 60 kilometers and enter the Karachi Ancient Mountains. There is a border guard post in the middle. We need to hide here." After leaving the Karachi Ancient Mountains, the truck will go directly over the frozen river. 30 kilometers to Princess Castle, then enter the Wakan Corridor. As Xia Jinyuan pointed out the route one by one, the 6 of them looked solemn. The Wakan Corridor was their only way out. The walk-in corridor is about 400 kilometers long. The truck driver can only send us out of the 100-kilometer walk-in corridor that belongs to the Chinese side. We need to find our own way out of the remaining 300 kilometers. Chapter 974. Q King, we have to find a shorter route for a 300-kilometer journey. Otherwise, it's impossible to make it on foot. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant who asked the question and smiled faintly. That's true, so I asked around and found out that there's a place where we can go. He pointed at the mountain range on the map. We'll go from here. Someone will lead the way for us. Several pairs of eyes stared at the mountain range he pointed at. They needed to hike up an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and cut into the desert country where the ST Mercenary Corps was located as quickly as possible. The time is 1 day, 24 hours. What do you think? When he finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan's gaze slid past Yi Qian's face. Little fox, you chose a mission that was difficult from the beginning. Do you regret it? Regret? Yi Qian's lips curled into an extremely light smile, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Major Xia, when she was running for her life, her endurance, leg strength, and perseverance had been accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Climbing icebergs was no problem for her. In the days in the no man's land, she and Principal Chen had climbed icebergs and snowy peaks the most. Sometimes, they would walk through the snow all night while carrying a 13-kilogram sniper rifle on their backs. That was how she got through it. After preparing for so many years, no, it could be said that she had been preparing from her previous life to this life. She had walked through her previous life with tears of blood. Even if there was a way out, she would still look down on herself. Receiving her provocative gaze, Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly. Good girl, the more she fought, the braver she became. Can we choose to ride a horse? Look for a Kyrgyz rider? Han Zheng, who was holding a flashlight, whispered, we can ride a horse first. At least it'll save us some time. G3 shook his head and said, the ST Mercenary Corps is a disaster in the eyes of the civilians. We can't bring disaster to them. I'm in favor of walking. Also, the iceberg is not suitable for riding a horse. No, I mean to ride a horse in the walk-in corridor. We can borrow the local nomads' horses. Before Han Zheng could finish his sentence, G3 interrupted him. The walk-in corridor belongs to the high and cold mountains. Every year, except for the 3 months of June and August, the mountain is covered by heavy snow. The nomads' horses have already been fenced up and raised. Where can we borrow them? Even if we do, the horses won't be able to pass through the deep snow. In the end, we'll be wasting our own time. We have no choice but to hike the iceberg. That's right, so we have no choice. Right now, there's a civil war in this country, and the savagery of the ST Mercenary Corps makes the civilians even more afraid. Choosing to walk on foot can hide our identities, and we won't implicate the civilians. V.H. Chenling said. The storm mission was not in the battlefield that they were heading to. This time, in order to rescue them, they had entered the war-torn countries that the soldiers of various countries did not want to enter easily. Therefore, caution became the first choice for everyone. The strategy of this rescue operation was to not alarm or implicate them, to only ambush them and to quickly retreat. Han Zheng's expression turned solemn as he nodded and said, all right, I agree to walk. I'm in favor of walking. I'm in favor of walking. Several voices rang out in succession, low and steady. Yi Qian's voice was also among them. Xia Jinyuan did not ask Yi Qian if they could walk the iceberg at night. There was no need to ask at this time. Since they were here, they had to accept the hardships and dangers of the conditions without any conditions. He had already sorted out the entire route, and the follow-up arrangements and operations had all been drawn up. In the shaking truck, the low voice clearly reached everyone's ears. We need to disguise ourselves as locals. After entering the war zone, we need to quickly count our equipment, enter the black market to buy weapons, and rent a car to go to Registan. Chapter 975. His voice was low, like a moving blade. It was frighteningly sharp. G3, Z7, V8, T6, and Pigeon all listened with serious expressions. They didn't miss a single word he said. We need at least 3 days on the road. K7 won't give us that much time. We also don't think that the ST mercenaries and the government behind them will have enough patience to deal with K7. So, we don't have much time. We can't delay the progress of the entire team because of personal problems. Do you understand? Understood. Several voices came in unison. Their morale was high, and there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Yi Qian's dark eyes reflected the cold light of the flashlight. It was as if a thin layer of frost had been dyed in his eyes. Yi Qian, you're in charge of infiltration. The military will send someone to bring you into Saint. You only have 2 days. 1 day, find out the exact location of K7's imprisonment. 1 day, find out where the name list is. The remaining day, launch a sneak attack. Everyone will retreat the next morning. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he looked up at Yi Qian. There was no longer any gentleness in his deep eyes. There was only impartiality and coldness. He didn't give Yi Qian any special treatment because of her identity. Is there a problem, Yi Qian? No, I'll listen to the command. Yi Qian's expression was cold and resolute. He didn't hesitate to answer. Since he chose to come, how could there be a problem? Uncle Chen said that the moment you picked up a sniper rifle, Yi Qian, you had no way out. You could only move forward. The firm and fearless voice fell into the ears of the male soldiers. It was like a touch of coolness on a hot summer day. It had a wonderful effect on everyone's spirits. G3 and the others were fine. They had worked with Yi Qian many times. They knew that the young but military-like Yi Qian was definitely a trustworthy comrade. No one was more surprised than Pigeon. She was already surprised when she said that she was chasing after the target. Now, she didn't feel any pressure at all. Instead, her calm tone shocked him even more. He had never worked directly with Yi Qian before, so he didn't feel unfamiliar with Yi Qian when they first met. It was all because Yi Qian had the same military aura as them. At this moment, they vaguely understood why their comrades who had fought side by side with Yi Qian were looking forward to her joining them. This kind of girl, this kind of female soldier, this kind of outstanding, this kind of courage, to be able to fight side by side with her was indeed something to look forward to. He was looking forward to seeing her brilliance, looking forward to seeing her outstanding performance, and even more so looking forward to seeing her return from the flames of war with them. This is Yi Qian, a true soldier and our comrade. The T6 combatant nudged the surprised G3 with his shoulder and said with a chuckle, a true comrade isn't a comrade who wears the same uniform. They were comrades who dared to go through life and death with them, who dared to risk their lives for them, and who had the courage to trade my life for yours. Pigeon's gaze made Yi Qian look over, and the two of them looked at each other. His cold gaze also allowed Yi Qian to clearly see the appearance and characteristics of Pigeon, whose code name was different from Q King and the others. He had a very good-looking and dashing eyebrow that made Yi Qian take a second look at him. At first glance, his facial features didn't look very outstanding, but after looking at him for a long time, he felt like he was a very outstanding man. He looked like a soldier from a painting who had gone to war and had a reserved temperament. The two of them smiled and looked away. Pigeon said, her gaze is very sharp, and she vaguely has the cold aura of Q King. Why do I feel that if she were to join our team, there would be a possibility of 2 kings standing side by side? Chapter 976. The members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used letters and numbers as code names, were in charge of sudden attacks, while the members of the Shuiyu Brigade, who used Chinese as code names, were in charge of sneak attacks. The combination of the two groups was a double-edged sword for China. The Snowfield Brigade had yet to have a king, so far. Seeing Yi Qian's attitude, Pigeon suddenly felt emotional. However, Xia Jinyuan suddenly looked up and glanced at her coldly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if reminding Pigeon not to say anything more. His gaze made Pigeon straighten her back and she immediately stopped talking. It was best not to talk about things that had yet to be revealed. The truck was loaded with supplies that needed to be transported to Princess Castle, so the space for the 7 of them was very limited. However, it was good that they didn't have to lie down. They had to memorize the entire map. If they accidentally fell off the ice mountain, they could still get up and find the rendezvous point. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were already familiar with each other, so he passed the military map to Han Zheng for him to memorize first. The rest of them could rest for the time being. Yi Qian was the last to receive the map. After receiving it, he passed the flashlight and map directly to Xia Jinyuan. He asked in a low voice, "I will also hand over the firing point of the ST mercenaries as soon as possible. Q King, who will contact me when the time comes? Or, can I send it to someone else?" Just now, Xia Jinyuan had spread out the map and Yi Qian had already memorized it. No one can contact you. You can only send it to the designated location. Yi Qian, your time is even more urgent than ours. It's very, very urgent. Xia Jinyuan pursed his thin lips. His eyes were as dark as the night sky. There was only endless darkness. I will also go in with you and be in charge of the rescue deployment of K7. Yi Qian, once we enter ST, if you are in danger, I may not be able to rescue you in time. But remember, we will not give up on any of our comrades. Yi Qian smiled and said, "We are going to rescue K7. How can we let ourselves be discovered? We will come back together." Han Zheng, who was lying on his stomach, reached out a hand and placed it on top of the nylon bag. Then, several large hands were placed on top of each other. Finally, Xia Jinyuan took Yi Qian's hand and placed it on the back of his own hand. His deep voice was as cold as a steel gun. "I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them. I won't give up on any of them." 7 low and shallow sounds came from the bumpy truck. "We are comrades. We are fighting to save our comrades. We are not giving up on any of them." He would definitely not give up on any of them. Xia Jinyuan glanced sideways at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "Your challenge will begin tomorrow at noon. I look forward to every new challenge, especially with all of you. It's very rare." Yi Qian's expression did not have the slightest hint of gloominess. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, as if they were filled with water. When he saw the other 5 people, he was slightly stunned. Then, he silently shifted his gaze away. A good girl will always belong to someone else. As the flashlight suddenly went off, Xia Jinyuan sighed. Then his warm lips gently kissed Yi Qian's cheek. "Are you stupid? Why did you chase after us?" "Because all of you are my targets. I'm chasing after my targets." Yi Qian's fearless laughter came from the darkness. It was faint and gentle, and it floated into Xia Jinyuan's ears. Then, it slowly fell into his heart and was engraved in his heart. The girl he liked was just that outstanding. She used her own fearlessness to write a magnificent legendary poem. Her name would not be forgotten with time, even if 100 years had passed. Chapter 977. Yi Qian didn't expect him to be so bold as to turn off the flashlight and kiss her in front of so many comrades. She glared at him in the dark and wanted to move away from him, but there was only so much space. He was on her right, and G3 was on her left. If she moved, she would have to move closer to G3. Yi Qian had no choice but to bury her head under her arm to prevent another kiss. Not only did he steal a kiss, Major Xia, who was acting like a boyfriend in the dark, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and let her lean on him. "Rest for a while. At least you can lie down." Yi Qian froze. He was so stiff that he didn't dare to move at all. He even held his breath, afraid that his 5 comrades would notice something. This bastard! How dare he! Not only that, his warm lips were pressed against Yi Qian's earlobe, and his breath was hot. "Old Luo, who brought us into the iceberg, told me to give you more money and suffer less. Brothers, the money you took out just now won't be reimbursed. You know that the money a man saves is for his wife. Remember to return it all to me. It's not much, just 5 fingers. I'm sleeping. Wake me up when we reach. I don't think we've reached the plateau yet. Why do I have altitude sickness and tinnitus? You too? Me too. Do you want to take some pills? I'm already deaf. I can't hear what you said just now." After the 4 people in front of them finished talking, they heard faint snoring sounds. G3 seemed to have slept for a long time. Fuck. This is a real master. 4 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. They all agreed that G3 was too cunning. Yiqian buried his head in his arms and laughed until his shoulders trembled. It would be difficult for Xia Jinyuan to get back the money he took out from his personal wallet. Who would want to marry him and be his wife? Dream on. Just as he thought this, he heard Xia Jinyuan's soft voice that only the two of them could hear. You have to marry me and be my wife. There are 5 of them. Each of them is 500 yuan, so 2,500 yuan. It's all for my wife's money. If I don't get it back, my heart will ache. What should I do? My heart aches. Why don't you rub it for me? My heart won't ache anymore if I rub it. At a time like this, Yiqian was even more helpless against him. She couldn't do anything to him when they were together. Now that there were so many people around, she couldn't do anything to him. Sleep. Ignore her. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan knew the gravity of the situation and didn't say anything more. His fingers on her shoulder tightened slightly, and his deep eyes were dark and turbulent, as if the sky had changed color and the sea had surged with waves, vaguely containing a ferocious force that could destroy the world. Follow in our footsteps, little fox. You will become a very outstanding female special forces soldier, the best in the military. After at least 10 minutes, when Yiqian was about to fall asleep, Xia Jinyuan suddenly said, I'm waiting for you to become my comrade in arms, a comrade in arms who can really fight side by side with me and command the battle. Yiqian's gaze paused for a moment, and he finally lifted his head from the crook of his arm. Aren't we comrade in arms now? We are comrade in arms now, but not the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want a comrade in arms who can stand at the same height, in the same position, and who can sweep away thousands of enemies. Xia Jinyuan said softly, This is the kind of comrade in arms I want. I want you to become this kind of comrade in arms. Can you do it, Yiqian? His gaze was close to Yiqian's. Although he couldn't see, Yiqian could feel it. Chapter 978. That gaze was like a pair of hands that forced you to move forward and not back down. It also gave you the feeling that you had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get off. Don't give up, don't abandon me. I will always take you with me. I will never let go of your hand even if we have to overcome all obstacles until we reach a height that belongs to both of us. Do you dare to continue like this with me? For me, for you, for the sake of not letting down this life, do you want to continue like this? Originally, he wanted to give her some time to slowly understand him, to let her know what kind of unit he was in, but it seemed like that was no longer possible. She knew in advance how dangerous the situation he was facing was, so he had no choice but to bring it up quickly so that she could understand and accept it as soon as possible. Yiqian didn't say anything. She didn't know how to continue. One thing was for sure. Even if he wasn't holding her hand, she wouldn't let down this life. He was her goal, and she once wanted to surpass him. And now, this goal was telling her that he wanted to bring her to the same position, to the same height. Think about it. It wasn't that it was difficult to think about. Instead, it was that a flood had formed in her heart. She couldn't calm down, and her entire body was boiling up. In her previous life, she was mediocre for too long. In this life, there were so many opportunities, and she didn't want to miss any of them. She didn't want to lose any of them. Yiqian nodded, gently, and then slowly nodded. He said, Okay, but I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for myself, so that I won't let down this life. I'll stand beside you, and you'll stand beside me. The same place, the same height. We'll be comrades for life. Comrades for life, brothers for life. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. All the members of the Snowfield Brigade swore that they would be comrades for life. No matter what, they would never give up on their comrades. Never leave, never abandon, never give up. K7, who was tied up and tossed in the corner, raised his eyes slightly and looked towards the narrow window. Someone was coming. Not just one, but more than 10 people. The footsteps got closer and stopped outside. K7 closed his eyes again, pretending that he was still unconscious. It was useless even if he opened his eyes. Blood flowed into his eyes and stained his eyelashes, blurring his vision. He even saw double when he looked outside. The next day, other than drinking a mouthful of water, the captives did not eat anything else. It had been 52 hours since he woke up from his coma and struggled to open his eyes that were covered with blood. There was no interrogation or interrogation. It was so peaceful that he could not hear any clues, nor could he determine whether his comrades were coming. K7 was heavily injured. Even so, ever since he woke up, he had been on high alert. He had been looking for a chance to escape, and he had been trying to figure out a way to escape. The only weapon he had on him was the belt that was still tied to his trousers. However, this thing had no way of cutting the rope. It was more like strangling someone's neck. His ragtag military uniform was torn in many places, and his flesh was covered with fine sand. As he breathed, the fine sand seemed to be grinding against his charred flesh. No matter how strong his body was, if the fine sand was not washed out, there was no hope for his wounds to heal. K7, who hadn't moved for 52 hours, moved his head slightly. It was this slight movement that made people feel like he was still alive. Chapter 979. Damned thing, he still hasn't said a single word? You guys are the worst mercenaries I've ever seen. You guys are the most useless interrogators I've ever seen. Someone yelled angrily in English. It was already the third day, and his patience was running out. He was about to explode at any moment. The man with a beard that reached his chest looked at the government official who was yelling angrily at him. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Oh, so it seems that your government has a way. Then, sir, I'll hand him over to you. The man was wearing a white robe and white wide-legged pants. His facial features were Central Asian. He just raised his hand, and a few mercenaries wearing desert camouflage bulletproof vests walked over. They were tall and strong, and all of them were holding AK-47 assault rifles and standing behind the man. When the government official saw them, he immediately took a step back and looked at the high-ranking ST mercenary warily. With a serious face, he said, "No, we don't need him. We just need to ask which country he's from. Sakura, that's all we need to know. That's all." I know. I've been working hard. But sometimes, we can't get what you want just by working hard. Sakura was still able to smile as he spoke. He pointed at the captive behind the closed iron door. See, sir? It's hard for him to even open his eyes now, let alone talk. His wounds aren't treated. Oh yes, you're not allowed to treat his wounds. Of course, we're all in favor of making him suffer a little. But now, he doesn't even have the strength to speak. How do we know which country he's from? Judging from his skin color, hair color, and eye color, we think he's Asian. That's all we know. Sakura's words made the government official squint his eyes. After a while, he smiled coldly. Trust me, I'll find a way to make him talk. He waved his hand and ordered his personal guard. The viciousness in Sakura's eyes deepened. After the government's personal guard left, he sneered. Since you want to interrogate him personally, I think we can collect our commission in advance. When the commission was mentioned, the government official immediately laughed. Sakura, with our cooperation, I don't think we're in a hurry. Right now? Please wait a moment, we will soon hear that guy's voice. There was no need to consider anything when interrogating a captive, especially a captive who couldn't possibly return alive. As long as he got what he wanted, he would immediately end the captive. There was mistrust in their employment relationship, and their cooperative relationship was unstable. It seemed that it wasn't Sakura who had lost his patience, but the government who had lost their patience. 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Then, the locked iron door creaked open and 4 people came in. Wake him up. When he saw the wound on K7's shoulder, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He lifted his leg and stepped on the wound with the heel of his leather shoe. Then, he twisted his ankle and let the heel of his shoe crush the wound. This wound had originally stopped bleeding, but after being crushed by the hard heel of the shoe, the bright red blood and the layer of scab were crushed into wisps of blood, revealing a bright red, ferocious wound. K7 did not move. It was as if he had lost consciousness, but his brows were furrowed. It was as if he was frowning in his sleep due to discomfort. Chapter 980. Did you see that, Sakura? I told you he would wake up soon. Wait, he will wake up soon. The dark-skinned, typical Middle Eastern man smiled viciously. With the cold-bloodedness of a soldier, he signaled his guard with his eyes, and K7 heard the sound of glass breaking. 2 minutes later, an unknown drug was injected into his arm. After the needle was pulled out for less than a minute, K7 opened his eyes like a wolf trapped in a bush. Pain, his whole body was in extreme pain. All of his wounds felt like they were being pricked by thousands of needles. It was so painful that the veins on K7's neck were bulging. It felt like his blood vessels were going to explode from his skin. They had injected an unknown drug into his body, causing the pain all over his body to increase by dozens of times, and the pain was amplified and amplified. That kind of pain wasn't enough to make K7 pass out. His wounds hurt, his bones hurt, and his organs hurt. Rapid breathing didn't lessen the pain. Instead, it increased the sensitivity of the pain. Some people said they were in so much pain that they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't want to live anymore. Some people said they didn't have a good day. What they said was just empty talk. The real pain wasn't to the point where you didn't want to live anymore. It was to the point where you couldn't fight back. You were in so much pain that your muscles were spasming. Sweat the size of beans kept dripping down into your wounds. Which country did you come from? Tell me, buddy. The officer used his leg to kick K7's bleeding shoulder. K7, who was lying on his side with his hands locked behind his back, was forced to lie on his back. That way, the officer could clearly see what happened to the man who was injected with the pain-increasing drug. Thanks to the pain, K7's tears washed away the blood in his eyes. Through the intense pain, K7 saw a ferocious East Asian face. K7 focused his gaze and quickly observed the other person's expression. His heart was in pain, but he had to stay awake to observe the other person's expression. If he wanted to live, he first needed to know what the other party wanted, how long he could endure, and whether he could kill him in a fit of rage, or if he could endure it for the time being. The man was in a hurry. It wasn't a hurry that came naturally. It was a hurry that was urged by someone. That was right. The man they beheaded was not a normal person. If they wanted to find out the truth, how could they let a captive go so easily? Very well, as long as he knew that the man wouldn't kill him now. After he used up all of his energy to stay awake, K7 growled like a trapped beast. His body couldn't help but twist. He stuck his tongue deep into his throat. He wanted to vomit. If you wanted to get information from him, you had to make sure he was still alive. The special forces from the Shuiyu Brigade were invincible. They could return in triumph, or they could die without hesitation. They could face being captured calmly, and they could overcome their fear of death. To die for one's country was an honorable death. Fuck bro. K7, smile for me. We've known each other for a year, and I've never seen you smile before. Fuck you, I even drank your saliva. Hello, I'm Q King. Nice to meet you. And my brothers. My brothers, I. Was. Chapter 981. K7 forced himself to vomit until his tongue almost got cramps. Only then did he feel nauseous. He had developed a resistance to the drug, which could be seen from his vomiting. He was a forensic doctor, so he had to know what he needed to know. Since the other party couldn't do anything to him, then the real game had just begun. On the ground, K7, who was tied up in a bow shape, was convulsing violently. When he started to vomit from the pain, the military officer panicked. Quick, save him. He didn't despair anymore. As long as there was a chance of survival, he wouldn't despair. He wouldn't give up. As long as he could stand up, he wouldn't give up. But this thing was really fucking painful. The sandstorm was so strong that it was blinding. The sun outside was so bright that it made him dizzy. It took a total of 6 hours to travel from Ta County to the Wakan corridor. The Snowfield Brigade packed their luggage and took the supplies that the military asked the border guards to store in the Princess Castle, towards the iceberg. Since the military is providing the supplies, they should at least give me a gun. Z7 Han Zheng rummaged through his backpack. There were windproof and cold-resistant items in his backpack, but there were no weapons. He picked up 2 wooden sledges that could be used to ski on the iceberg. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he turned around, they were all gone. They didn't wait for him. He put on his windproof hat and chased after his comrade who didn't even check what was in his backpack. Yi Qian caught up to Xia Jinyuan with the wooden sledge. I need to learn how to ski. I've never skied before. Okay, you only have 10 minutes. If you don't learn how to ski, grab the rope and I'll bring you down. Xia Jinyuan, who was using a compass to determine the direction, said faintly. He was wearing a windproof suit and standing in the snow. His figure didn't look bloated. He was still tall and straight. Yi Qian smiled. No, give me 10 minutes. Uncle Chen taught me the basics. It's a pity I didn't bring a sledge. Looks like you did learn a lot in the no man's land. Not bad, we can use all this. And it won't be just one time. My little fox is indeed knowledgeable. I haven't found anything you don't know yet. Xia Jinyuan smiled at her. The curve of his thin lips made Yi Qian look away. She didn't want to see him smile. After a few hours of driving, whenever he had time, he would kiss her and shamelessly say, "Relax. Relax." Was there anyone who could calm down and relax like him? Did he still need to calm down and relax? He's obviously being shameless. Yi Jian's reaction made Xia Jinyuan smile so much that the corners of his eyes turned soft. Silly girl, he was not joking when he said that he wanted to calm down and relax. He was indeed letting himself relax and suppress the irritation in his heart. He could easily tell G3 that since Yi Jian was here, he would accept it. But in his heart, how could he accept it instantly after such a strong objection? She still needed more time to grow. Would she be able to adapt to the sudden increase in danger of the entire mission? Was she enough to handle? One had to know that Yi Jian was truly fighting alone this time. After a few hours of settling down and seeing that she was calm and normal, he gradually suppressed the irritation in his heart and slowly relaxed. Follow closely. There are snow leopards in this area. Xia Jinyuan seemed to be very familiar with this area. He walked along the snowy road without stopping. He walked quickly and calmly. Along the way, they didn't see any snow leopards. Instead, they saw a few Marco Polo sheep jump and disappear. Chapter 982. Normally, they might even go hunting sheep, but at this moment, they were all focused on marching forward. There are no birds above, no beasts below. Everywhere is vast and unpredictable. Only the sun can guide the east and west, and human bones can guide the way. The journey described by F.A. Shi, a monk from the Eastern Jin dynasty, was now the journey of the Snowfield Brigade. Between heaven and earth, there were boundless snowy mountains. Walking at the foot of a snowy mountain, everything seemed small. Old Luo is here. Walking past a pile of weathered rocks, Xia Jinyuan saw 4 stones neatly placed. The smallest stone was facing the direction of an iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level. The person leading the way was very reliable. During the Civil War, Old Luo was the first to escape to China with his eldest son on the iceberg. When he went back to pick up his wife and 3 children, he took the iceberg again. When he escaped to China, he took the iceberg again. The 2 of them went back and forth once, a total of 4 times. He was the most familiar with this route. The 7 of them headed towards the iceberg like stowaways. The deeper they went, the deeper the snow became. When they reached the bottom of the slope, the 7 of them tied wooden sleds to their feet and rushed down the valley. Yi Qian was very slow at first. His upper body was relaxed, his center of gravity was forward, his knees were bent, his eyes were looking forward, and his ski poles were pointing outwards. He didn't even need Xia Jinyuan's guidance. After he went up, he started to paddle. Yi Qian was not proficient in paddling from top to bottom. With Xia Jinyuan escorting him, he was a few minutes later than the other members. Before he reached the bottom, he suddenly saw a few horses raising their front legs from time to time in the snow. Horses? How can there be horses? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He, who had been at the back, took the lead and whizzed past her. With a beautiful turn, he stopped beside a nomad. This was their guide, Old Luo. Old Luo was Tajik. When he saw Xia Jinyuan, he immediately opened his arms warmly. He didn't look like an elder, but more like a brother. Without too many warm words, Old Luo looked at Yi Qian and pointed at the 7 horses he brought. If you had told me earlier, I would have prepared another horse. No need, this is good enough. Xia Jinyuan was pleasantly surprised by the fact that he had brought a horse that could travel on the ice mountain with him. The pigeons had already mounted their horses. Let's hurry up and set off before dawn. They had to travel at night tonight, but it was better to travel early in the morning than late at night. Past the snowy mountain at 6,000 meters above sea level was another country. At the end of October, the Wakan corridor was still quite sunny, and the bad weather had yet to arrive. From day to night, they stepped on the snow and braved the knife-like wind that could cut their faces as they persisted in entering the war zone. The ability of the special forces to withstand harsh conditions was not something that ordinary soldiers could imagine. They could stay on the snowy mountain for a year and a half, just like the locals. At night, the horses could not walk as well as they could during the day. They walked on gray stones that were not covered by snow, and their legs were numb from the cold. When their blood reached their hearts, it was still cold. The people could not rest, and neither could the horses. With the horses riding during the day, the whole day and night journey was shortened to no more than 20 hours. Yi Qian walked in the middle from the very beginning. At 4 o'clock in the morning, she was still walking in the middle. Her thighs were wrapped in old Luo's fur jacket and tied with straps. She pulled one foot out of the snow and then the other, and walked like this for less than half an hour. Chapter 983. Half an hour of rest was because the horse was disobedient. The path they took was not the most difficult one. Old Luo had climbed the iceberg at night 4 times. He took off his gloves and put some snow into his mouth. His tongue was frozen stiff, but it also stimulated his brain to wake up. We'll be there if we go from here. At 7 o'clock in the morning, when there was a glimmer of light in the sky, old Luo, who was standing halfway up the iceberg, laughed and said, "It's still the same path I took 4 years ago. The weather is very cold, and it didn't snow at night." Once it snowed at night, the march would only be slower due to the strong wind and heavy snow. Looking at the endless winding road below, Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Rush down in one go, rush to the bottom of the mountain, and rest for an hour before we set off. They chose the most difficult path because they were all illegal mercenaries. Because they couldn't expose themselves and let the country they were protecting have a trace of stain. From 11:40 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m., a full 20 hours passed through the iceberg 6,000 meters above sea level and arrived at their destination. Old Luo didn't go back immediately. He went to a Tajik house to rest. Except for Yi Qian, who just shook his hand and said, "Thank you," all the members of the Snowfield Brigade gave this 43-year-old brother a warm hug. 84 hours after K7 was captured, the members of the Snowfield Brigade changed into the local clothes of this war-torn country and drove a jeep to the desert. From the snow mountain to the desert, this was their journey of war. They arrived at Registan in the early morning of the 6th day after K7 was captured. The 7 of them couldn't be seen as human anymore. They were covered in yellow dust and a layer of dust could be seen in their hair. Registan, the arid plateau area in the southwest, was divided into deserts and sand ridges, and there was a desert plain in the middle. There was no vegetation and no rain. Yi Qian separated from the Snowfield Brigade at 4 o'clock in the morning on the 6th day. She jumped directly into a truck and entered the St. Mercenary Corps, leaving the Snowfield Brigade with a slender and fearless back. "Yi Qian, she is a good soldier," Dove said softly. The dove spoke softly, as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. This journey was filled with unpredictable dangers, yet she had chosen to leave without a trace of hesitation. His low voice fell into the ears of his comrades, and they all looked up at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the middle of them. "Why are you looking at me?" Xia Jinyuan retracted his gaze and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. His handsome face was cold as he quickly ordered, "Z7, establish communication. Explosives personnel, prepare more explosives. G3, follow me to the market. The rest of you, stay alert." He was worried about Yi Qian, but he still needed to be one step behind Yi Qian to enter Saint. The sun had just risen, but the desert still seemed to be shrouded in darkness. There was no vibrant green, only endless desolation. Fine sand and dust were blown over by the wind. Yi Qian blinked slightly and raised her hand to rub her eyes that had gotten into the sand. She was now a local nomad in Helmand. Her family had sold her to the ST Mercenary Corps for money, and she had officially become the lowest member of the ST Mercenary Corps. She wore a white gauze dress and a headscarf of the same color. She held freshly baked naans and gave them to the mercenaries from different countries. It was the 10th hour of entering the ST Mercenary Corps. Yi Qian had already started her work at 5 o'clock that day. The low adobe house was much more square than the adobe house in Pakistan. In Yi Qian's eyes, it was like a cage. The entire ST mercenary base was huge. When Yi Qian saw a few mercenaries dressed in miscellaneous military uniforms appear, the white gauze gently swept past and hid behind a mud house. She had to wait until it was completely dark before she could take action. Chapter 984. Holding the metal locator in his hand, Yi Qian rushed to the southwest corner as fast as he could. To ensure that they could safely rescue K7, the Snowfield Brigade marched 24 hours a day from the southern central province to this country that was in constant civil war. They crossed 5 provinces of this country and were the first to arrive in Helmand. 80% of the families in Helmand grew opium poppies. They smuggled the opium poppies out of the country to earn high profits, and most of the money was used to fund the local rebels. A portion of the money was given to the ST mercenaries. In Helmand and Registan, the ST mercenaries became the protection of some civilians and officials, but they also became the nightmare of the poor civilians. They only stayed in Helmand for 2 hours. T6, a member of the Snowfield Brigade, obtained information in fluent Farsi. He found out that the ST mercenaries kept the criminals and disobedient local civilians in the southwest corner, and the executions were also carried out in the southwest corner. Now Yi Qian only had one thing to do, and that was to hand the metal locator to K7. V8 and the others would then secretly rescue K7 based on his location. Xia Jinyuan would act alone like Yi Qian. He would create an explosion in ST to create a diversion so that Yi Qian could obtain the name list. Then he would cover Pigeon and the others to rescue K7. They would not engage in a fight with the ST mercenaries. Unless they were stupid enough to think that they were invincible, they would not do such a thing. To put it more elegantly, this operation was mainly about fishing in troubled waters as the vanguard, and then secretly crossing Chinsong as the escape route, successfully rescuing K7. Using G3's vulgar words, they were doing something big in secret. The entire ST base was built with a mixture of ash, clay, and gravel. Every time Yi Qian lay down in a corner, her white gauze would be stained with a large amount of yellowish-brown dust. If she could, she wanted to roll in the dirt and turn her white body yellow. It was late at night, and wearing a white gauze that fluttered when the wind blew, it was too conspicuous. What's the situation? Is there any movement? 12 hours after Yi Qian entered ST base, the Snowfield Brigade established communications. The comrades on standby started exchanging information with each other. They were asking the T6 combatants closest to ST base. An hour ago, Z7 had set up a very small ultra-short-wave radio base station. Although it was small, the transmission signal was stable. It could even transmit images and data through infrared scanning. The location data of the metal positioning device had already been downloaded onto the portable computer purchased from the Helmand market. As long as Yi Qian found K7 and turned on the positioning device, they would immediately be able to pinpoint K7's exact location. There was no response from the radio waves. Z7 said in a low voice, "Nothing. Let's see if Q King is doing anything. He's in electromagnetic silence. We can't contact him for now." Electromagnetic silence meant that the connection with the radio waves was cut off. Xia Jinyuan was afraid that ST base had an electromagnetic interference system that would capture their radio waves. The operation had not yet begun, but they would be directly exposed. "You guys stay here. I'll go to the southwest corner to check out the situation. She's been in there for 12 hours and it's been dark for 4 hours. Based on her efficiency, she should have found something." The T6 combatant did not keep watch in the front anymore. He slowly pulled himself out of a pile of sand and said after a while, "It's so cold." Burying himself in the sand, there was no cold wind blowing against his body to warm him up. The temperature difference between day and night was already very large, so when he came out of the sand, The cold wind scraped against his skin and seeped into his bones. The location of the ST Mercenary Regiment's base was not bad. In front of it was a desert, behind it was a mountain and a river, and further ahead was the desert of Registan. The ST base, which was built on a gravel hillside, had an excellent view of the front, back, left, and right. The sentries stood directly on the high walls and could see anyone coming in and out below. Of course, this would have to be done during the day. Chapter 985. At night, the power grid was destroyed. The ST mercenaries, who lacked power, could only rely on a few strong lights that had been charged during the day. Even the sentries were extremely undisciplined. This was their territory. Even the government forces had to be polite to them. So far, no one had launched a sneak attack on the base. The rebels did not dare, and neither did the government forces. In a country with the most chaotic internal enemies, the ST mercenary base had become the safest place. T6 bent down and ran straight towards the southwest corner. V8, who was in charge of ground observation, said softly, 20 meters away. 3 patrols, make way. A military base that's even more military than a military base. This is already the third wave. No, there's something wrong. T6 bent down like a groundhog and crawled behind the sand pile. His whole body clung to the yellow sand and blended into the darkness. The 3 patrols were obviously dressed much more formally. They wore formal uniforms, but their guns were not as good as the other 2. After walking away, T6 shouted excitedly, "Great news! There are government forces guarding this place. Brothers, I'm afraid there's a big shot inside." It was indeed great news. If Q King encounters the government forces, he'll find a way to stir up trouble. Done, brothers. At present, we see a 10% chance of victory. Pigeon pressed his body tightly. He was also lying in the sand, motionless like a rattlesnake, waiting for its prey to pass by. The ST Mercenary Corps, the government forces, and the rebels were in a triangular relationship. The ST mercenaries would not interfere with the rebels for the sake of the government forces, nor would they interfere with the government forces for the sake of the rebels. It had become a delicate triangle in Registan. It seemed that the ST mercenaries had gained the trust of both sides, but in fact, no one could fully trust each other. If there was any movement, the government forces in the ST base, as well as the high-ranking official, would definitely suspect that the ST mercenaries were colluding with the rebels. This suspicion had always existed. And it was not just today. Xia Jinyuan knew about the news that was beneficial to the operation 10 minutes earlier than T6 and the others. He even saw the high-ranking official's face clearly. Now, he was at the place where the government soldiers were resting. The skilled and bold all-rounder was laying out the yellow stripe explosives. Yellow stripe explosive was a relatively safe type of explosive. It could withstand impact and friction, and the detonation point was a sudden explosion caused by heat. At the same time, the poisonous gas released would cause chronic poisoning. No matter what the situation was now, his brother had definitely suffered. Since he had suffered, he had to get some interest back. After everything was done, he turned on the communication device. His low voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. "I've finished the deployment. There are government soldiers inside. Place the yellow stripe explosives at the door where they sleep. What's the situation on your side? Have you received the location yet?" Z7 stared at the receiver and clenched his jaw. "No, T6 is scouting the southwest corner." Just as the low voice finished speaking, a small red dot suddenly flashed on the receiver that had been quiet all this time. "Holy shit, it's coming, it's coming. I'll locate him in 1 minute." Z7, who was wearing a piece of anti-cold cloth to hide himself in the dark, typed rapidly on the keyboard. T6, retreat. It's not in the southwest corner, but in the east. The T6 combatant immediately turned around and came back. "Q King, it's about time. It's about time." Yi Qian threw the HKP-7M8 pistol he had brought over from China into the building through the window together with a dagger. She, who was lying prone on the roof, quietly retracted the dagger without alerting the guards. She lay prone on the roof of the bungalow and exhaled slightly before quickly leaving. Chapter 986. K7 wasn't in the southwest corner, he was in a medical room similar to Saint. If it wasn't for the secret code that connected to K7, she would have suspected that the person inside was K7. From the southwest corner to the east, it took them 2 hours to confirm K7's location. Now, it was up to Xia Jinyuan and the others. After Yi Qian gave K7 the necessities, she didn't stop for a second. Using her petite body, she nimbly rolled across the roof of the bungalow. The roof wasn't made of cement, it was made of pebbles and clay. As she rolled across the roof, the sharp pebbles made her skin hurt. After rolling to the edge of the roof, Yi Qian lightly patted the dust off the white gauze. She still needed to use the gauze as a disguise, so she couldn't take it off yet. She gripped the edge of the roof tightly and jumped down lightly. Like a cat, Yi Qian leaned against the wall as soon as she touched the ground. She only left after she confirmed that there were no patrols. There was no light in the room, so she couldn't confirm whether K7 was seriously injured or not. However, from the coughing that he transmitted to her, he was fine and could save himself. His cough was low and hoarse, like a broken tempered glass surface. It sounded fragmented and unstable. Just by listening to the sound, Yi Jian couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. Her breath was stuck in her throat, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. How could K7 be fine? The criminals, in the southwest corner, were all beaten to a pulp. They didn't even have a single piece of clothing to cover their bodies. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair. They had been tortured to the point that even death was a luxury. In such an environment, K7 was a captive who had just killed an important person. How could he be fine? How could he be fine? She sent in all the guns and daggers. Hopefully, K7 still had the ability to protect himself. After completing the first part of the rescue plan, Yi Qian avoided the 4 teams of patrolling mercenaries. Hearing the screams coming from the southwest corner, Yi Qian walked silently like a cat towards the most heavily guarded area. That was the location on the stolen list provided to her by the military. There were 3 floors in total, 2 above ground and 1 underground. She needed to enter the first underground floor to retrieve the list. However, whether the list was really in the first underground floor, the person who provided the information couldn't confirm it, and neither could the military. Regardless of whether it was true or not, she had to try. At night, the temperature in the desert dropped drastically. Yi Qian felt like she was back to the time when she trained in the desert with Principal Qin. The wind brought sand and dust, and her entire chest felt like it was covered in it. Yi Jian, who was leaning against the wall, was silently calculating the time in her heart. 20 minutes. Xia Jinyuan could only give her 20 minutes. 20 minutes to detonate the bomb, and she would take advantage of the chaos to enter the basement. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2. Less than 200 meters away from the central area, there were continuous explosions. As the ground shook, the entire ST area was in chaos. In less than a minute, it was complete chaos. Damn it, who's there? Come out. Quick, there's something sneaking in. Alert, alert. Sharp whistles were heard. Countless mercenaries locked down the exits of the base. Rows of machine guns were set up. Whoever tried to rush out from the inside was shot to pieces. Not even a whole corpse was left. The smell of the explosives was terrible. As the wind blew, a large number of mercenaries were knocked down. Chapter 987. This type of explosive didn't have much lethality. Explosives Master V8 added a little more fuel to it, and the resulting chemical reaction caused the mercenaries who breathed in the smell of explosives to choke and cough. Their snot and tears flowed down their faces, and they couldn't even open their eyes. There wasn't a single person on the roof of the room that she needed to sneak into. When the explosion came, Yi Qian saw several mercenaries rushing into the room. They immediately found cover and set up their guns to lock down the surroundings. There were 4 soldiers on the roof and 4 below. She couldn't be sure how many soldiers were in the room. It wasn't easy to get the name list, and she only had half an hour at most. She rushed past several patrols and headed towards the central area where Yi Qian was. Xia Jinyuan couldn't let Yi Qian carry out another dangerous mission alone. With the support of the pigeons and the support of a mercenary in ST, he could free up his hands to help Yi Qian. Her military boots left footprints in the wind and sand, but the footprints were covered by the sand when she lifted her feet. She looked for a possible spot where Yi Qian could break in, but she didn't see him. Instead, she saw a mercenary on the roof flapping his hands as if trying to grab something. Yi Qian went up to the roof. What a bold fox! She actually wanted to break in from the roof. On the roof, she made a collar out of the silver wire and quickly and fiercely wrapped it around the neck of a mercenary. As she jumped down, a black-skinned mercenary didn't even have a chance to struggle. His hands flailed in the air, and his legs kicked a few times before his limbs drooped down and he stopped breathing. Letting go of silver wire, Yi Jian quickly caught his body before he fell to the ground. She held him firmly and slowly let him fall to the ground. She did it quietly and did not alert the other 3 mercenaries who were armed with guns. Xia Jinyuan stomped his feet, and his military boots stepped on the wall mixed with gravel. He quickly flipped onto the roof. Before he could touch her, he felt a sudden chill on his neck, scaring Xia Jinyuan into grabbing Yi Qian's wrist. The moment the silver thread tightened around his neck, Yi Qian was startled and quickly withdrew his strength. Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian mouthed the words to express his fear. If she had pulled back just a little bit later, there would be 2 marks on his neck. The man who flipped himself over was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. He almost lost his life just now. What a fast move. Her hand strength was also very strong, and it was very easy for an adult man to lose their life. He gestured with his hands to the left and right, then pointed to the mercenaries in the west and south corners. He made a horizontal cut across his neck to express, "You take the left, I'll take the right, we'll take the west and south. In the middle, close the rope." Yi Qian gestured an OK sign, and the 2 of them flanked the mercenary from about the same distance. This time, Yi Qian didn't use the silver wire in her hand. If she wanted to strangle someone's neck within a second and make them lose the ability to resist, she would have to rely on external forces. At a time like this, it would be better to use a dagger to solve the problem. It would be faster. On the right, Xia Jinyuan's hands were around the man's neck. After the sound of bones breaking, in less than 2 seconds, he twisted the man's entire cervical vertebrae in a strange 180-degree angle. It was quite terrifying. Yi Qian forcefully withdrew his dagger from the back of the man's neck to his throat. The dagger had to grind against the cervical vertebrae before it could be pulled back. Chapter 988. To strike from this angle, one had to be fast and accurate. They had to cut through the nerves at the back of the neck and pierce through the throat. The trachea would also be cut in half. This kind of assassination was filled with blood, but there was no need for a second stab. It could be done in one go. Sensing danger, the mercenary who had been staring at the east corner turned his head. He saw that his comrade was still half-squatting in the west. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Jinyuan approached from the south. Like a ferocious beast that specialized in biting people's necks, he clamped down on the mercenary's neck at the fastest speed. Then, with a forceful twist, the 4 mercenaries on the rooftop were taken care of by the Chinese soldiers just like that. Were the Chinese soldiers weak? No, the Chinese soldiers were never weak. The members of the Snowfield Brigade weren't just special forces. They were specialized in anti-terrorism, decapitation, assassination, and other high-difficulty operations. This type of soldier was definitely not inferior to the special forces of the American Delta State. The generator below is generating electricity. I'll cut the wires. Bring this with you for communication. Xia Jinyuan's breathing quickened. He placed the infrared imaging device in Yi Qian's hands. Then he took out a receiver and earplugs. He placed the receiver on her waist and placed the earplugs in her ears. Z7 made his own ultra-short wave radio base warfare device. It can ensure that we can communicate normally. The Snowfield Brigade was filled with talented people. They could make simple wireless communications, explosives, and so on. As long as they had simple materials, they could establish communication. Yi Qian fastened the receiver and opened a channel. He pressed the earplugs with his hand and said something. Z7's voice came from the receiver. Work together with Q King. Finish the mission as soon as possible and come out. The pigeons have already gathered with K7. The STs are now searching for K7. Yi Qian, You and Q King should finish the mission as soon as possible and support them." The two of them looked at each other. Then, they picked up 2 submachine guns and entered from the rooftop. The wire cutters cut through the main wire, and then there was the sound of someone pulling the trigger. Yi Qian jumped up from the top of the stairs and approached the place where the smell was the thickest. Without the help of infrared and night vision goggles, Yi Qian could only rely on his own intuition and judgment of the source of the smell. He cooperated with Xia Jinyuan at the fastest speed and headed down to the basement. Yi Qian's combat ability was not inferior to a grown man's, and she also had the upper hand in terms of physical strength. However, she still had a shortcoming. Her strength still needed to be improved. If they fought head-on, they would win at the beginning, but they would definitely be at a disadvantage later on. She knew that as well, so she chose the most bloody and direct method of assassination. As time passed, Xia Jinyuan stood there like a guardian angel. He was waiting for Yi Qian to come out of the basement. Countless footsteps came from outside. Someone kicked open the door and shouted in Farsi, "Open the door, get out." Yi Qian did not come out. Xia Jinyuan did not move. He raised his submachine gun and aimed at the entrance. "Let's go." Yi Qian's voice came from behind. He said it clearly and hurriedly. Then he ran up the wooden ladder and ran up to the rooftop. "Retreat, retreat. Everyone retreat." Xia Jinyuan, who was covering the rear, contacted everyone, including pigeons. "The location is there. Hurry." Pigeons carried K7 with one hand. The two of them hid in a corner of a bungalow and reported the location. She smiled at K7 and said, "Brother, you can't be a weakling now. Q King and Yi Qian are here to help us. If you came half a day later, I would have died. Sakura is fighting with the government forces. Damn it, I got the advantage, but you got the advantage." K7, who was running a high fever, opened his cracked lips and said coldly, "I didn't want to die here. Since I'm here, I want to go out with you." Chapter 989. Pigeon listened to his brother gritting his teeth behind his back and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you're really lucky to have encountered ST and the government. I let you rest for a few days in vain." A few figures flashed past his eyes. Pigeon shut his mouth and signaled K7 to hide. The running ST soldiers were all wearing military boots. Pigeon squinted his eyes in the dim light and smirked. "The government is here. Looks like we are going to have to fight Saint Brother. Even if you want to sacrifice yourself, you won't have a chance." "When did I say I wanted to sacrifice myself?" K7 suppressed the itch in his throat and pressed his fist against his Adam's apple. He tried to suppress the itch that was about to come out of his throat. "Save my life, I still have a lot of things to do." Being willing to sacrifice yourself did not mean that you had to sacrifice yourself. The country did not raise you to be a soldier for you to think about sacrificing yourself all the time. Even if you were captured, as long as there was a slim chance of survival, you had to try your best to survive. K7 had never given up on him, but he had never thought about asking his comrades to come back either. Therefore, when he heard the familiar secret signal, his entire brain had a 3-second lapse in thought. It was all in ST. Why would he send a fake message? It was because he knew they had entered ST's base. He did not expect that after he sent the message, they would come back. That's what I call guts. If he really died, then our trip would have been for nothing. Pigeon signaled K7 to keep an eye on the window while he went to the door. Someone was coming their way, and they were flashing lights. The sound of footsteps passed by the door. Pigeon, who was hiding behind the door, let out a sigh of relief. That was close. The place they were hiding in was not a good place. There were a few dead bodies inside. The window was the best place to watch. Pigeon, whose alarm was lifted, returned to K7's side. Just as he took a breath, K7's cold voice came into his ears. "How many of you are here?" "Including Xiaoyi, there are 7 of us." J5 had a bit of a bad back. His butt was injured, and his thigh ligament had to be stitched up 14 times. He insisted on coming over, but the brothers who stayed behind to take care of him knocked him out with a backhand chop. In the dark room, only his eyes seemed to emit a cold light. "Never leave, never abandon, never give up. Brother, we have sworn an oath to the war flag. We are just short of swearing blood as an oath. K7 smiled. He finally smiled in the dark. It was not the kind of smile that came from the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Never leave, never give up. Thank you, brother. No matter how rugged the road was, no matter how dangerous it was, and no matter how deep it was, he came with the determination of the peak of a snowy mountain. He was not afraid that he would die in another country. He came to his side just for the oath under the war flag. Thanks. A lifelong comrade in arms, thank you. Brothers for life. Pigeon turned his head and smiled at K7. His low voice was like a sun falling into a low and deep tone. What are you thanking me for? This is called following through life and death. Do you understand? If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Yi Qian properly after we get out of here. This little girl. Pigeon paused as if he was thinking about how to describe Yi Qian. After a while, he said, "This little girl is not simple." What kind of words could he use to describe her? Even the most beautiful words couldn't describe it. No amount of words could express his appreciation for her. He could only use the simplest 3 words to express his thoughts. Chapter 990. Not simple. Everyone knew how complicated Yi Qian was. It was still a mess outside. The entire ST mercenary base was in a state of high alert. All the generators were turned on. As the generator roared, it started to spin faster and faster. The lights in the ST mercenary base did not come on as expected. It was still pitch black. 2 silhouettes stuck close to the base of the wall, stepping on the soundless footsteps as they jumped in through the window, landing on the ground and rolling in the air, sticking close to the wall. Yi Qian, be on guard. Xia Jinyuan did not even catch his breath when he came in. He immediately asked Yi Qian to be on guard while he hugged K7, who was panting heavily. He then put his hands on K7's shoulders and said in a low voice, "You gave us fake news. Go back and write the report for us." He was still alive. Even though he was injured, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, it didn't matter if he was injured. K7's mouth twitched. He was not used to it and wanted to force a smile. His chest heaved up and down as he said anxiously, "I had no choice. Later, when I wanted to send a text message, I smashed my phone into pieces." Trying to be brave. Pigeon chuckled and said to Xia Jinyuan, "How is it? Did you get in touch with them?" "I found them. Draw a map for me." Xia Jinyuan took out an extremely small flashlight. He turned on the red light and shone it on the ground. He then used a dagger to draw an escape route on the ground. G3, T6, and V8 will create chaos in the front. We will climb out from the back. There is a 90-degree slope at the back. It is 900 meters away from the exit. Yi Qian will cover the rear. I will attack. Pigeon will take care of K7's retreat. Xia Jinyuan turned off the flashlight and looked at K7's face. "Can you walk on your own? I want to hear the truth." K7 opened his mouth and frowned. 900 meters is not a problem for now. Let Pigeon carry me. I will be a burden if I run on my own. I was injected with a strong nerve pain agent. There are some side effects, muscle weakness. Hearing this, the 3 people's faces darkened. Xia Jinyuan bit his cheek and said to Pigeon, "I'll leave it to you." "Okay, no problem." Pigeon nodded. In the darkness, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You two be careful." The ST and the government forces did not trust each other at first, but an explosion directly shattered the fragile layer of trust. In addition, a government soldier said that he saw a mercenary in a military uniform leaving before the explosion. The 2 sides directly confronted each other with guns, and no one believed it. When Sakura found out that the captive he was holding had gone missing, the firepower of the entire scene escalated again. The T6 combatant who was mixed in with the government troops cursed in official Persian and fired a few shots in other directions. And when the high-ranking government officials who were still sitting in the room heard the gunshots, their expressions changed drastically. They took out their guns and pointed them at Sakura. This was the kind of scene that Xia Jinyuan and the others were happy to see. This was also why they said it was great news when they saw the government troops appear. How could it not be great news when a third party retreated while the 2 armies were in a confrontation? What's more, The Chinese side did not think of directly using firepower to fight ST head-on, nor did they think of becoming enemies with Saint. At least for now. Of course, the premise was that ST did not provoke the Chinese side. Chapter 991. The fight was a little fierce. Hearing the gunshots behind her, Yi Jian raised her hand and knocked down a mercenary who had rushed out and bumped into them. She covered the mercenary's mouth and nose and used the military dagger, Big White Lackey, she bought from the black market to cut the mercenary's aorta on his neck. Then she cut into his vocal cords and moved the blade upwards. The struggling mercenary's body twitched violently. As Yi Jian withdrew the dagger, one of the obstacles was removed. "Keep up, Yi Qian." Xia Jinyuan's cold reminder came through the earpiece. He didn't want Yi Qian to fall too far behind them. He didn't want the four of them to split up and allow ST to take the lead. They saved one, but lost another. Yi Qian grunted softly and dragged the corpse in the middle of the road to a dark corner. His feet swept across the blood-stained ground and covered the bloodstains with a thin layer of yellow sand. He didn't stop at all and chased after the pigeon that was protecting K7. Dodge to the right. Dodge. Xia Jinyuan, who was in charge of assault and reconnaissance, saw a strong light coming from the corner. He rolled on the ground and hid behind a pile of protruding gravel. The pigeon was a bit slow with K7. It didn't jump or roll elegantly. 1 second before the strong light shone on it, it jumped into the darkness with K7. He didn't even know where he landed. "Move another 10 centimeters to the left, quick." Yi Qian's urgent voice came into their ears. Based on the maximum width of the strong light, the pigeon and K7 had to move another 10 centimeters to the left to avoid being hit by the light. K7 rolled on the ground, and the gravel hit his back and shoulders. There were multiple wounds on his body, but he didn't even make a sound. It was a group of 3 mercenaries. They were probably a patrol team. They rushed out from the back to support their comrade who was firing from the front. Their footsteps were hurried. The strong light swayed left and right and shone on K7, who was 1 step slower. Yi Qian was like a leopard, pouncing from the darkness. He grabbed the barrel of the K7 and twisted it violently. With the help of the pigeons, he knocked out the enemy's flashlight. All that could be heard was the sound of fighting coming from the dark corner. They shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of their companions, but the sound of gunfire in front of them drowned out their shouts. Yi Qian stabbed a mercenary's inner thigh with his Big White Lackey military dagger. As the mercenary screamed in pain, Yi Qian quickly pulled back the hunting knife and used the full, sharp edge of the knife to cut the mercenary's thigh artery. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots were heard. The pigeon that fired the gun shouted, "Take the K7 and leave." In front of them, Xia Jinyuan dragged 2 mercenaries to death. Yi Qian's eyes darkened. He said angrily, "I'll drag these 2 obstacles away. You take K7 and leave. Quick, Q King, speed up." If they were discovered by the patrolling mercenaries, they would be in danger. Xia Jinyuan's face was covered in blood. His eyes were bloodshot. He clamped a mercenary's neck with his legs and twisted it. He broke the mercenary's neck with the strength of his legs. After getting rid of the 2 mercenaries, he smiled in a low voice and said in a warm voice, "I've finished cleaning up here. There are still V8 and T6 fighters disguised as government soldiers and mercenaries behind. They will clean up for us while they are at it. So there's backup." Yi Qian was relieved. Pigeon helped K7 up. His heart was beating wildly. "Brother, we finally got out. Don't fucking die like this. Hang in there. Hang in there." Chapter 992. My throat is so dry that it's on fire. Don't make me talk all the time. K7, who had his arm on Pigeon's shoulder, spoke in a hoarse voice to show that he was still alive and wouldn't die so easily. 900 meters wasn't a long distance, but at this moment, it wasn't an ordinary distance. Alert, clearing, hiding, and avoiding. After countless encounters with the mercenaries, they finally reached the bottom of the wall where they could retreat. 1, 2, 3 jump. Xia Jinyuan half-squatted and placed his palms on his knees. He let Pigeon step on his palms first. As Pigeon rushed up, he raised his hands to help Pigeon jump onto the 5-meter-tall wall. K7 gritted his teeth so hard that the roots of his teeth were rusted. Suppressing his pain, he prepared to step on Xia Jinyuan's palms and jump onto the wall. "Sit on me." Xia Jinyuan supported himself on the wall with both hands. His tall and slender body was half squatting as he gestured for K7 to sit on his shoulder. He would then send him up. "It wasn't easy to save your life. Don't give us a shock attack again." Yi Qian had been holding the assault rifle he snatched from Xia Jinyuan. When he heard countless footsteps in the sandstorm, his eyes turned sharp and he shouted, "Hurry!" At the top of the wall, Pigeon caught K7's hand. His palm was so hot that it made his heart tremble. As the footsteps caught up, he hugged his comrade and fell down the wall. "Why are you so slow? Fuck, where are the others?" Z7, Han Zheng, and G3 worked together to catch the two falling people. Without waiting for anyone to appear at the top of the wall, they rolled down the 90-degree slope like a ball. Pigeon didn't forget to reply even after rolling down a mouthful of sand. "There are pursuers." Q King and Yi Qian didn't manage to escape in time. "Protect your base station well. Don't let the brothers inside lose contact." How did it feel to stuff a mouthful of sand into your mouth? If you ate too much, you wouldn't feel anything. Rolling down the slope, you wouldn't even have time to vomit. Yi Qian had also eaten a mouthful of sand. At this moment, she secretly used her tongue to clear the sand. The pursuers suddenly appeared. She pulled Xia Jinyuan and ran wildly. When she saw a cover, she didn't think much of it. She jumped into the pile of sand and ate a mouthful of it. No one knew where the pursuers had gone. After some noise came from the earpiece, V8 said, "Fuck, someone took advantage of the chaos to escape. T6 and I thought our identities had been exposed. How are you guys doing?" The message wasn't very good, and he couldn't hear it clearly. Xia Jinyuan crouched down and held his submachine gun. His eyes were cold in the dark, and when he looked ahead, his eyes were filled with hostility. "Escape to your 11 o'clock left, 400 meters to your 10 o'clock. You guys retreat first and catch up with Pigeon and the others. Yi Qian and I will be there in 10 minutes. "No, it's fine now." With a mouthful of sand stuck in her mouth, Yi Qian couldn't even speak properly. She felt pain in her mouth. The man beside her had been holding back his laughter. After the call ended, he turned to look at Yi Qian, who was still spitting out sand with her head lowered. He raised his eyebrows and leaned over to her, chuckling softly. "Just drink some water. You don't have to work so hard." "You brought water?" Yi Qian looked up. It didn't feel good to have a mouthful of sand in her mouth. Without any light, Xia Jinyuan, who was surrounded by darkness, leaned closer. The tip of his handsome nose gently rubbed against her cheek. He lowered his voice and said steadily, "It's fine to drink some water." Yi Qian, whose lips were blocked, widened her eyes. "This bastard! Drink some water. Drink the water in your mouth." Chapter 993. The kiss was very slow, and the soft tip of his tongue moved gently in her mouth. It was very delicate, and he did not let go of her upper and lower jaw. That's right, Major Xia's meaning was, "Drink, the water in your mouth can solve the problem." In order to be more flexible in battle, they didn't even bring a water bag, so how could they have water to drink? "Be alert, little fox, this cleanup will take a long time, we have to take it slow." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and wiped away the sand that came out of her mouth. The smile on his handsome face was somewhat sinister. After he finished speaking quickly, he didn't give Yi Qian any chance and lowered his head again. 5 minutes to clean up, 5 minutes to escape. You're in front, I'm at the back, be alert. At a time like this, Major Xia could still find an opportunity to take advantage of her. No wonder he was an all-round soldier. He could even take advantage of her as if it was natural. The first time, Yi Qian wasn't paying attention. The second time, she reacted and pushed his shoulder with her right hand that wasn't holding a gun. She widened her eyes and tried to push him back, but he caught her in his arms. One in front, one in the back. They kissed while being on alert. Even a special forces soldier in a relationship was so scary. 5 minutes later, there were only sporadic sounds of gunfire coming from the front. After they finished cleaning up, they calculated the time to end. A kiss in the blood. Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a gun with both hands, retracted his arms. His dark eyes that were looking straight behind him restrained the coldness in his vigilance. When he smiled at Yi Qian, the coldness dissipated slightly, revealing the gentleness that came after a tough battle. How is it? Did we clean up well? As soon as he let go, Yi Qian immediately squatted and held his gun to the back to be on alert. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who was blushing, pursed his lips and said, taking advantage of the situation. I think it's not bad. Xia Jinyuan wiped away the last bit of sand from the corner of his mouth, then bent over and stood up. The gentleness that he showed just now also disappeared when he stood up and bent over. On the battlefield, he adjusted his emotions in a second and said to Yi Qian behind him in a low voice, "Charge, you first, I'll follow." When he was with him, Yi Qian also felt that he could control his emotions freely. After 20 minutes of intense fighting, both sides refused to back down. Yi Qian stepped on Xia Jinyuan's knees and jumped onto the wall that was several meters high. The walls were high and the line of sight was far away. Lights began to come on in the pitch-black ST base. Yi Qian's pupils constricted as he said in a low voice, "Power is restored. Quick, Xia Jinyuan." The restoration of power meant that they had found the cut in the power line. Then, they would discover that there was a third party. Plus, K7 had rescued them. How could the leader of the ST mercenary group and the government officials not realize this? The only bright spot on the edge of the desert was the ST mercenary base. This base, which was claimed to be unbreakable, appeared to be in a mess tonight. The captives, whose identities were a mystery, had disappeared. After a cleanup, a total of 14 mercenaries were assassinated. Yi Qian rolled down the 90-degree vertical slope. She hugged the receiver tightly and rolled along with herself. She was afraid that the receiver would break and she would lose contact with Z7 and the others. Z7 and the others were waiting for the last two people to appear. When they heard voices in their earpieces, the few of them who had been tense all this time were overjoyed. They couldn't wait to ask, "Where are you?" She rolled down the slope until she couldn't tell north from south. Her head was still dizzy and she only knew that she was heading towards the river. At this time, it wasn't a river. It was just a dry riverbed. Chapter 994. Xia Jinyuan patted the dust off his face and supported Yi Qian, who was unsteady on his feet, with one hand. He glanced at the dry riverbed and said, "It's about 100 meters to the west. Don't move, we'll meet up with you soon." Before he could finish, Yi Qian bumped into Xia Jinyuan with his shoulder and shouted, "Get down! Get down!" The power on the high wall had been restored, and strong lights that could illuminate hundreds of meters shone down from above. The 90-degree vertical slope was not close to the sand surface, so the top was exposed. They had escaped with great difficulty, so how could they go back in again? The strong lights kept sweeping back and forth until the patrolling soldiers confirmed 3 times that they did not find anything. Only then did they retract the lights and shine them on the top of the base. "Give him an antibiotic and a fever reducer. Let's get the fever down first. Don't burn his brain." K7, whose brain was in a daze from the fever, sneered, "Q King, you didn't burn your brain when you had a high fever on the plateau. What's happening to me?" "Shut up." Xia Jinyuan broke the small glass bottle with his hand, took out a long and thin syringe, and took out the medicine. He handed it to Yi Qian and said, "You do it. His skin is thick, so you need to be careful." K7 looked at Yi Qian, who took the syringe, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His face was so thin that his facial features could no longer be seen clearly. He smiled and said, "Put it in his left arm." His body had been very tense. The neuralgia medicine not only made his muscles sore, but also made his muscles tense. Yi Qian did not refuse. He took the syringe and skillfully injected K7 with 2 needles. "Get in the car first. We can't stay here for long. When the higher-ups realize what's going on, this area will become a key search area." The syringe and medicine were prepared by the military. They were all powerful drugs, and the 2 needles would take effect in no time. After the 2 needles, Yi Qian felt K7's tense body slowly relax. He retracted his hand and clenched it gently. There was a sticky feeling in his palm. It was stained with K7's blood. He turned his head and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "K7 is still bleeding. We have to leave as soon as possible. Let him catch his breath before we leave." Xia Jinyuan was not calm when he heard that his comrade was injured. Even his voice was a little tense when he answered. They finally met again after being held captive for 6 days. No one wanted such a thing to happen. Once it happened, they would do their best to rescue him, even if they were injured. Yi Jian tilted her head and looked at the man who had fallen silent. Then, she raised her hand and patted his shoulder gently. There was gentleness in her low voice. "It's over. Leave this place. Everything is over." Before she could withdraw her hand from his shoulder, it was held by the man whose shoulders were tense. His rough fingers gently caressed her hand. After a while, Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "This is our profession. Little fox, look at your goal. The goal you are pursuing is sometimes more dangerous than this. I only hope that you can always hold my hand and never let go. No, I've never regretted what I've chosen, and I've never given up. Although it is dangerous, it is even more admirable." Yi Jian answered him. Just like before, she answered him softly, calmly, and with incomparable determination. Behind them, G3 touched K7's forehead. "Did you drink any water? You sound like smoke is coming out of your throat. You're not obsessed with cleanliness, are you? Did you refuse to drink water?" Chapter 995. I've only drunk 2 mouthfuls of water in 6 days. I don't even have the chance to commit the crime. K7's lips were dry and cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "Did you bring a needle and thread? I'm afraid there are a lot of places on my body that need to be stitched up." Sakura was afraid that I'd die, so he removed all the shrapnel from my body. Damn it. He didn't even stitch me up. When the T6 combatant who was on guard heard that, he cursed and laughed. "Don't be too greedy. If you were in ST, you'd definitely be the first captive they'd give preferential treatment to." The group of 8 people moved forward by following the clues given to them from the inside and retreated towards a safe zone. "Which country are the mercenaries who contacted us from?" I was wondering why the military was so sure that K7 had entered Saint. So it turns out that there's a spy. I don't know which country they're from, but in a place like this that's no different from a terrorist base, there has to be someone from our own side. If something big happens, at least our country will know immediately. The dry and cold wind blew across the yellow sand, stirring up sand and covering the footsteps of the group of people. The dark figures who were walking towards the light in the darkness did not stop. They continued on their journey back to their country with their rescued comrades. Sunlight appeared at the end of the horizon again, illuminating this land that had been ravaged by war for decades. The golden sand was soaked in the blood and tears of countless people, and there was a sense of desolation and loneliness everywhere. Even though it was daybreak, it was still so desolate. Yi Qian, who had slept for 2 hours, opened her bloodshot eyes and stood on the sand dune. She quietly watched this devastated land usher in a new day. She opened her palms and let the morning breeze pass through her palms. Then she slowly closed her fingers. "What are you thinking about?" Xia Jinyuan's voice came from behind her. His military boots made a soft sound as he stepped on the sand. "Nothing. I just think that the sunrise here is very beautiful. Unfortunately, this land is always full of danger. Unknown danger, danger that the civilians are afraid of." Yi Qian did not turn around. She was wearing a white shirt and black trousers under the morning sun. Her androgynous outfit made it hard for people to immediately think that she was a girl. Xia Jinyuan stood side by side with her. After a short 2-hour sleep, his eyes were also bloodshot as he smiled and said, "Civil strife is the biggest problem, but we protect our country and its citizens. We can let them quietly enjoy the beauty of the sunrise and enjoy the time without gunpowder and war. This is what we have always insisted on. And one day this land will return to peace. There will be someone to protect it, to keep the civilians away from fear, away from the smoke of war. That day will come." Yi Qian raised his head to look at the man who had a rigid jaw. He smiled and said, "Captain Xia, is that why you joined the martial arts world?" "I'm the same as you. I'm here for a goal." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl who was bathed in the sunlight. The gentle morning light shone on her dark eyes, making them as bright as stars. It also reflected the fearless persistence in her pupils. His dark eyes darkened slightly. He opened his arms and smiled gently. Come, let's hug. Hug yourself. I'll take a look at K7. Yi Qian did not have the guts to hug Xia Jinyuan when G3 and the others were around. Before he reached for her with a smile, she nimbly turned around and ran far away. K7's wounds were all treated. There were a total of 13 wounds on his body. Among them, there was a wound on his back that was about 20 centimeters deep from his shoulder blade. It was the most serious wound, and it was beginning to inflame and swell. At 4 o'clock in the morning, they entered Mirvis Hospital, a hospital built by the Chinese government in the 1970s. Chapter 996. Here, K7 received the best treatment. The doctors here were already used to treating people who were injured in the war. Furthermore, K7 was a tourist from China. The hospital hired the best doctors and used the best medicine. After 4 hours, all of K7's wounds were stitched up. The explosion-proof walls and barbed wire separated the hospital from the terrorists, allowing the 8 of them to temporarily escape from danger. This was also the place where the Taban terrorists had suddenly risen to power. It was the second largest city in the country. She would stay in the hospital for half a day. In the afternoon, she would take a flight back to China with K7. Xia Jinyuan watched her leave with a faint smile on his thin lips. He reached out his hand and mimicked Yi Qian's actions. He gently opened his hand as though he was grasping the sand from the Lazistan desert. Then he slowly tightened his fingers. A trace of darkness flashed across his deep eyes. Just now, he was sure that little fox was thinking about something, but she didn't want to say it. What was she thinking? He thought about how she didn't notice that he had been standing behind her for at least 5 minutes. There was a trace of helplessness, sadness, and loneliness in her eyes. His heart couldn't help but tighten. It wasn't until he saw her straighten her back and exude a strong and indomitable aura that he smiled and spoke. What was Yi Qian thinking? She thought about it, but she didn't think about it. She just felt empty in her heart. It was as though she hadn't lived a fulfilling life in the past few years after her rebirth. She thought about the things she had done in the last few years of her previous life to counterattack Yi Jifan's family. Back then, the pace was much faster than it was now. Shuttling back and forth between the major cities of the southern province and the cities where Yi Jifan had worked before, collecting evidence bit by bit. In the last few years, her schedule was much tighter and more secretive than it was now. When she returned, she wanted to tell Principal Chen that she needed to arrange things more tightly. Compared to the civilians who had to find a way to survive in the war, she was too lucky and lived a comfortable life. He could do even more things and improve himself even faster. She didn't want to live up to the good times of her youth. She didn't want to live up to the good times. That was all Yi Qian had in mind. K7, who was lying on the bed, saw Yi Qian walk in. His pale face had a very faint smile. He raised his hand that was not connected to the drip. He could only wait for Yi Qian to come over and give him a high five. A crisp clap echoed in the room. K7, whose vocal cords were damaged, said with a raspy voice, "Thank you, my comrade. Thank you, my comrade in arms. You are my comrade in arms, a comrade in arms who will never leave or give up." "There's no need to thank me, my comrade," Yi Qian smiled warmly. "I don't think there's a need for thanks between comrades in arms. You were in the enemy camp, so it was normal for us to save you." V8 laughed. "Did you hear that? You're a man, yet you're not as broad-minded as a woman. I have to thank everyone who comes in. My teeth are aching." K7, who was being teased, looked up and swept his scalpel-like gaze across the room. V8, who was laughing with his head raised, suddenly stopped. K7, who was a forensic doctor and could dissect anything expressionlessly, had returned. Xia Jinyuan stood outside the room and laughed softly. This time, they could return to the country safely. The Chinese military had already received the news and told J5, who was lying in bed with a gloomy face every day. That day, when the nurse changed his bandages again, she finally saw the smile on J5's handsome face and felt a little flattered. Chapter 997. It took her 10 days to return to China, while Yi Qian took 11 days to return to Southern Province. After completing her mission, she signed the confidentiality agreement and returned to Southern Province. She didn't take a civilian plane back to southern province. Instead, she took a transport plane. Major Xia, who was sending her to the plane, pursed his lips. Are you sure you want to rush back to school this afternoon? You'll drive back to school when you arrive at the Southern Province Air Force Base? I've been away from school for so long. If I don't report back to school soon, I'm worried that the school will expel me. Yi Qian looked at him suspiciously as she walked towards the transport plane. I definitely have to go back to school. Is there a problem? Xia Jinyuan looked at her and smiled helplessly. Why is it Wednesday today? If it's Saturday or Sunday, you can take a day off and rush back to school. They could at least rest today, but his little fox still had to run around all day. It was too tiring. Or you can have a good rest tonight and report back to school tomorrow. You don't have to rush back to school today. It's the same if you go tomorrow. Xia Jinyuan persuaded Yi Qian to skip class today and have a good rest. Yi Qian rubbed her forehead and sighed. Captain Xia, you once said that my main task now is to study hard and not to think about other things. I just want to study hard and not waste time on being wishy-washy. How many days have I skipped? 11 days. If I don't report back to school soon, I'm afraid I'll be expelled. Being expelled from school was indeed a serious matter. Xia Jinyuan went silent and sighed deeply. Studying is still more important. Call me when you arrive in Southern Province. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. He couldn't use the phone for half a month and was still under observation by the military. The transport plane was already on the runway. The wind caused by the propellers blew at Yi Qian and made a whining sound when she spoke. Xia Jinyuan did not hear what she said clearly, so he asked. She waved and smiled, then ran to the cabin door without looking back. After the cabin door closed, Xia Jinyuan could only watch as Yi Qian slowly disappeared from his sight. Yi Qian said, I'll wait for you to come back and put on your uniform. She still remembered this matter. She would wait for his return in the southern province and personally retrieve the military uniform that he had placed in her hands for safekeeping. After resting for a few hours on the transport plane, Yi Qian did not waste any time. She left the Air Force Base and drove the car she borrowed from Ho Zi to the provincial capital. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the first class of the province ended for the day. As soon as the bell rang, the whole campus became lively. Wearing a thin Yi Qian shirt, he took out his student ID and walked toward his dormitory under the watchful eyes of the guard. It was November, but she was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Walking on campus, she attracted a lot of attention. In addition, there were many people in the school who knew her. When they saw her wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, the first thing they asked was, "Where did you go? Wearing short sleeves? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" She had no clothes to wear. She could only wear the sports suit she changed into before going into the mountains with Xia Jinyuan that night. Her jacket was stained with blood, so she could only wear a short-sleeved shirt. She also did not have a school uniform. She had to ask the logistics department for a new one. Yang Heng was carrying a basketball to the field to play a few rounds before eating when he was reminded by his classmate that Yi Qian was walking over in a short-sleeved shirt. He stuffed the basketball into his classmate's arms and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll be back later." Chapter 998. As he ran, he took off his uniform and ran towards Yi Qian. "Why are you wearing a short-sleeved shirt? How's your family? Is everything okay?" Yi Qian looked at Yang Heng rushing towards him. He raised his head and smiled. "I was in a hurry to get back to school and didn't have time to change. I came back because everything was fine. It's already been 11 days. You took a long leave this time. It's good that everything is fine. It's only 11 degrees Celsius today. Don't you know to bring a jacket?" Yang Heng picked up his uniform and put it over her shoulders. "Put it on and go back to the dorm. Don't catch a cold." Yi Qian wouldn't wear his jacket. He quickly raised his hand to stop him. "I'm not cold. I ran all the way here. My back is still warm." Under the camphor tree, someone's gaze fell on them. When she saw Yang Heng draping his jacket over Yi Qian, Yao Jing's calm eyes flashed with resentment. She secretly clenched her fists. Jing, why do you have to do this?" Wang Dandan looked away and used her body to block Yao Jing's view. She frowned and said, "Look at yourself. What have you been doing for the past 10 days? If Yang Heng and Yi Jian are close, then so be it. Why are you thinking the worst? Lu Mei on the other side also whispered, Yeah, Jing Jing. Don't think too much. Yang Heng has known you for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known you for a few days. Look, you all know that I've known him for more than 10 years. Yi Qian has only known him for a few days. Yao Jing looked away and lowered her head. Her voice was so soft that it was strange, but on his birthday, he said I was disgusting. He said I made him feel disgusted. This sentence made Wang Dandan and Lu Mei's expressions change. They didn't know about this. After Yao Jing finished speaking, she raised her head and said to her friends, Do you think I'm inferior to Yi Qian? Am I that disgusting? Am I that disgusting? Her expression was not only a little strange. She was clearly smiling, but her smile was filled with coldness, making Wang Dandan and Lu Mei's hearts thump fiercely, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on their backs. Something was wrong with Yao Jing. Her smile, it's too scary. Jing, don't be like this. Wang Dandan, who was braver, pulled her sleeves and resisted the goosebumps. She calmly said, Let's go eat. What's there to look at? Wang Dandan quickly turned her head and saw that Yi Jian was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt, while Yang Heng was chatting with the boys he usually played basketball with as he walked towards Chaoyang. Wang Dandan immediately said, Look, nothing happened at all. Yi Jian didn't take his shirt to wear. Yao Jing stared at Yi Jian's back and then stared at Yang Heng. He said I'm disgusting. I want to ask him if I'm really that disgusting in his heart. Why do you have to ask? He might have said it in a fit of anger. Wang Dandan was a little anxious. Should I call Auntie Yao? Something was wrong with Yao Jing. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. After standing for a while, Yao Jing took the initiative to go to the cafeteria to eat. Let's go eat first. I'm a little hungry. She wanted to do something big. In front of Yang Heng, in front of Yi Qian, she wanted to ask him if she was really disgusting. If she didn't ask, she wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied that the person she liked said she was disgusting in front of the person she hated. Yang Heng, I'll give you one more chance. You must seize it. Otherwise, you'll never have peace in this lifetime. Chapter 999. Yao Jing's reaction made Wang Dandan feel that something was amiss. She looked at Yao Jing's cold smile and knew that Yao Jing liked to twist her fingers every time she wanted to do something. Wang Dandan felt her heartbeat quicken. She had to call Uncle Yao and remind Yang Heng. As for Yi Qian, Wang Dandan hesitated. If she told Yi Qian, wouldn't she be letting Yao Jing down? But if she didn't say anything, her intuition told her that Yao Jing was up to something big, and it wasn't something ordinary. Yang Heng's words had provoked Yao Jing into acting so abnormally. However, seeing how Yi Jian's face had darkened after talking to Yang Heng, with Yao Jing's temperament, it was not impossible for her to make trouble for everyone. Lu Mei saw that her friend didn't catch up, so she turned around and smiled. Dandan, what are you looking at? Let's go. The wind blew. Wang Dandan put both of them in the pockets of her uniform and ran to catch up. Forget it, it shouldn't be a problem. The midterm exams were coming up. Jing Jing said that she would do better this time, so she wouldn't cause trouble. At the end of October, the weather changed and the temperature dropped sharply. During military training, it was so hot that they had to wear short sleeves, but at the end of the month, they could wear jackets. Those with weaker physiques even had to wear a thin singlet. Yi Qian came back just as the weather changed. The temperature dropped especially fast. The boys all wore jackets to resist the cold, but she came back in short sleeves. She didn't know how many stares she received from the school gate before she returned to the dormitory. And Jiasin, who was about to go to the canteen to get food, saw Yi Qian and widened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and shouted, "Ah!" She threw herself at Yi Qian. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it turns out they weren't. 11 days, you took 11 days off. Jane Eyre, you're so brave. You took 11 days off. I'm so envious. I want to take leave and go back to Fujian town too. Not only wasn't Jiasin envious, but everyone who was a little nervous about the exams was also envious. Especially when Teacher Tong said that she might take part in the midterm exams. All the students in grade 2 class 1, including those with good grades, were envious. When they were students, there was only one thing that most students wanted to avoid: exams. Yiqian smiled as he steadied her. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You're considering it on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It seems like you're not fully prepared." "Oh my God, you're still thinking about the exam when you're home?" No. It's not that I didn't prepare enough, it's that the few golden flowers in our dormitory didn't prepare enough." And Jiasin smiled and turned sideways. She saw Yang Yi, Li Qian, Lu Lizhen, and Zhang Yuan on the upper bunk of Yiqian. The 4 beautiful girls were all looking at her eagerly, like puppies that were about to be fed. Their gazes were so pitiful. Yang Yi wiped the corners of his eyes and said with a miserable expression, "Jane Eyre, we heard that your house collapsed and you had to go home for half a month. Everyone wanted to go home with you. Is everything okay at home? Has the house been repaired?" The students in the class all knew that Yi Qian came from the countryside. They didn't think much of it until Teacher Tong mentioned that Yi Qian's house collapsed due to the storm. Only then did they remember that Yi Qian, the absolute #1 genius, was from the countryside and not the city. In 1997, there was still a certain difference between the urban and rural households. Some people in the city even looked down on the villagers. This phenomenon existed everywhere, even in the 20th century. Chapter 1000. Meng Wen, who had always been secretly competing with Yi Qian, sneered. Yi Qian's house collapsed because of a rainstorm. How poor is his family? No wonder he studies so hard. If he doesn't study hard, he'll be cooped up in the countryside for the rest of his life. Meng Wen's cold words carried the arrogance of a city resident. In the end, she added, "Luckily, I live on the 5th floor, so I'm not afraid of a rainstorm." Meng Wen only sneered to herself. If she really said it out loud, her classmates wouldn't do it. Yi Qian opened the closet and put the bag containing Xia Jinyuan's military uniform in the innermost part. Then he put his few clothes outside. When he closed the closet door, his gaze paused for a moment before he closed it again. "Xia Jinyuan, your military uniform is here. I'll wait for the day you come back." Yi Qian, who was wearing a jacket, smiled and answered Yang Yi, "Everything's fine." As he put on his clothes, he looked at the pitiful golden flowers and said, "You want to study at night, right?" "Sure. I haven't been in class for 11 days, so I have to study at night." "But I can't study from Friday afternoon to Sunday. You have to study on your own. You don't have to go to the training base for the next few days. You took 11 days off, and you don't have to study at night when you return to school. It's really not appropriate. At least wait until the midterm exam results are out. You should hurry back to school and rest in the dorm. I'll bring you food." And Jiasin, who was also from Fujian town, knew that it would take more than 10 hours to travel from town to the provincial capital. As a good friend, she was more considerate than Yang Yi. Yi Qian didn't refuse. He was indeed a little tired. He hadn't rested much since returning to China. She stayed by K7's side the whole time. Xia Jinyuan, Pigeon, and the others were vigilant all the way back to China. They didn't even close their eyes. When Jiasin brought the food down, she saw that Yi Qian was already asleep. Upon closer inspection, she could see that there was a layer of dark circles under her white eyes. "Shu, lower your voice, lower your voice. She's asleep." She hurriedly gestured for Yang Yi and the others to lower their voices and said, "Let's go to the dormitory next door to eat. You guys go first, I'll warm up her food with hot water." Now that it was winter, the girls liked to go back to the dormitory to eat. And Jiasin and the others were about to go to the dormitory next door to eat when 3 girls from the dormitory next door walked towards them with lunch boxes. They bumped into each other at the door. Before the girl in front could say anything, and Jiasin said softly, "Yi Qian is asleep. Let's go to your dormitory for dinner." "Asleep? All right then. Even if you're going to sleep, you still have to eat. Are you going to sleep on an empty stomach? I'll heat it up with boiling water. When she wakes up, she'll still be able to eat hot food." Even outside, and Jiasin was still suppressing her voice. She then asked Li Qian, who was the last to come out, "Is the door closed?" Li Qian turned to take a look. It's off. Go over quickly. It's so cold. The temperature seems to have dropped again." The group of girls chuckled and went to the dormitory next door. Sophomore class 1 was an important class. The girls stayed in 3 dormitories, and each dormitory only had 6 people. It was unlike the humanities class, where each dormitory had 10 students and more than 4 dormitories. Mengwen returned to the dormitory with the other 3 students. When he saw that Xianxia and the rest were all there, he couldn't help but smile. "Isn't Yiqian back? Why aren't you guys accompanying her?" The girls all knew that Mengwen secretly liked to compete with Yiqian, but it was all for the sake of his studies. Usually, there was nothing much between them, and he wasn't like Yi Ying, who was always picky. Hence, they didn't think much of it. Chapter 1001. And Xianxia said disapprovingly, "She's resting because she's tired from the ride, so we came over to eat. Didn't you come over to ask me when Yiqian would be back and ask her to help you solve the questions? TSK, you can ask her tonight." It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, but the moment she did, Mengwen's expression changed. She said angrily, "Didn't you say she might not even take the midterms? Why did she come back early?" "Yeah, I said she might, but I didn't say she might." And Xianxia stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and didn't notice that something was wrong with Mengwen's expression. "I think she's quite tired. I'm afraid she didn't rest well at home because she had to rush back for the exam." Mengwen's expression became even more unhappy when she heard that. There was a hint of disappointment and resentment. "Is it necessary? Is there a need to rush back to school for an exam? Doesn't she need to rest? If she's so tired that she sleeps as soon as she gets back to school, she might as well rest at home for a few days before coming back. What's the difference between resting at home and resting at school? If she rested for a few days and came back on the day of the midterms, wouldn't she?" And Xianxia answered her. As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at Mengwen. Her eyes looked Mengwen up and down, and after a while, she let out a long, "Oh, oh, oh, oh." Mengwen, who felt uncomfortable under her stare, harumphed. "Oh what? You're so weird." And Xianxia chuckled. "Oh me Mengwen, oh Mengwen, you're really so cute that I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Haha, now I understand why you've been coming to the dorm every 2 or 3 days to ask me when Jane Eyre is on leave and if she'll be back in time for the midterms. I couldn't tell that you had so many little schemes in your mind. Ah, Mengwen, your thoughts aren't right. You've wasted a week of military training." Yang Yi and the others were confused when they heard Xianxia's words. They didn't understand what was going on, but Mengwen, who knew, blushed and glared. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't think that." "What do you mean you didn't think that? What are you two talking about? We don't understand. Isn't it normal to ask when Yiqian will be back for the midterm exams?" "Xianxia, what do you want to say?" "I don't have anything to say. You can ask Mengwen and her." And Xianxia didn't expose Mengwen's thoughts. She knew her limits now. She knew that some things were best kept to herself. There was no need to let everyone know to avoid embarrassing others. This was a kind of growth unknowingly. He knew that he had to make things easier for others at certain times. He understood that he should not be calculative, and he learned to be tolerant and magnanimous. When Mengwen saw that Xianxia didn't say anything, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. When she saw the other students continue to ask, she wanted to take the lunchbox to the dormitory next door to eat. However, she was afraid that Xianxia would say something after she left, so she sat alone in a corner and sulked. This midterm exam was very important. It was very likely that it would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment of key universities. If Yiqian was so good, why would he need to compete with his classmates for a spot in the direct enrollment? Even if her midterm results were 0, it would not affect her admission to a key university. Mengwen, who was scheming in her heart, pursed her lips tightly. Even eating was a little robotic. Seeing her like this, Xianxia laughed in her heart. She didn't want Yiqian to return to school for the midterm exams. Chapter 1002. Mengwen was normally normal, but when it came to exams, he would start acting weird. He kept trying to compete with Yiqian, but it had been almost 2 months since school started, and he always lagged behind Yiqian in mock exams. His grades were good enough, but he insisted on competing with Yiqian. Why bother? And Xianxia didn't tell the other girls about Mengwen's thoughts, but she would definitely tell Yiqian everything she knew. When it was almost time for the evening self-study session, She couldn't help but laugh. I laughed so hard that I almost choked on my rice. Does it mean that her grades are better than yours just because you didn't come back for exams? Ayaya, I want to laugh again. Why is she so awkward? If you have the time to make fun of others, why don't you spend more time on your own revision? The midterm exams on the 3rd and 4th, do you think you can do it? Yi Jian flicked her forehead with her finger and entered the classroom with a pile of books. There was another round of cheers when they arrived at the classroom. Jiao Hai and a few other students with good grades waited for Yi Qian to sit down and surrounded him. They were all very concerned about Yi Qian's family. After talking about their families, they started to talk about their studies. When the midterm exam was mentioned, everyone looked a little nervous. Jiao Hai said, I heard that a few universities have come to our provincial number 1 high school to scout us out. The results of the second-year midterm and midterm exams will be used as a reference for direct enrollment. The school is taking it very seriously this time. Teacher Tong even said that our class will be the key class of several key universities. You suddenly took 11 days off and learned a lot of new knowledge. Yi Qian, you have to hurry up and revise. Another boy said, take out your math, physics, and chemistry textbooks. I'll draw them for you. There are still a few days left, so hurry up and revise. Don't miss out on important matters. Direct enrollment from several key universities? Which ones? Yi Qian handed the textbooks to the boy and frowned slightly. Is the news reliable? How will the 3rd year's class react? They should be the focus of attention now. Jiao Hai smiled and proudly said, the first high school is the number 1 school in the province. Every year, a few important schools will come to the school at this time to inspect the 3rd-year students and 2nd-year students. Class 1 of liberal arts and Class 1 of science are always the focus of attention. Every year, there are students who are directly admitted to the provincial first high school for the college entrance examination, and there are also students who pass with high scores. In short, we have more opportunities than other schools. Why would parents choose a famous school for their children? It was not only because the school had a strong teaching staff, but also because there were many more choices. Yi Qian paused for a moment before asking, do you know which schools are coming? Which schools are you guys interested in? In his previous life, Yi Qian did not attend high school. In this life, he had only been in high school for less than 2 months. Therefore, he did not know much about the college entrance examination and enrollment. It was not too late to do so now. I don't know yet. The school only revealed some small news, and Teacher Tong didn't say much. Yi Qian, which school do you prefer? She only had one school in mind. She smiled and said, I'm afraid you guys won't believe me. If it was Hua University or Shi University, I wouldn't choose. I don't have any other schools either. Yi Qian raised a slender finger and said slowly, I only have one goal in high school. One school. I really haven't considered other schools. Meng Wen hoped that she would not take the midterm exams. It was probably related to the direct enrollment for the college entrance examination. Chapter 1003. When Teacher Tong came in, Jiao Hai and the other students with good grades were still in shock. Yi Qian actually said that Tsinghua University and Shi University were not her choices. Then what school would she choose? Study abroad? No. Yi Qian said that she would not study abroad. This could be denied. Then what other school could there be? On the day she returned to China, Yi Qian called Teacher Tong and told her that she would come to school today. When Teacher Tong walked into the classroom, she saw Yi Qian sitting upright in the classroom. She glanced at her briefly and talked about the midterm exam. Just as Jiao Hai and the others had said, this exam would be used as a reference for the direct enrollment. Every student had to take it seriously and strive for good grades. Yi Qian did not feel much pressure. After Teacher Tong finished speaking, she buried her head in her revision. Although she did not want to apply to Tsinghua University or Shi University, the college entrance exam was still unavoidable. Time passed too quickly. She had to seize the opportunity. At night, after she explained the topic to Jiasin and the others, Yi Qian quietly left the dormitory after the lights were turned off. She wanted to see Principal Chen and plan her training for the next 2 years. In the face of war and seeing the civilians living in it, Yi Qian reflected on herself and put it into practice when she returned home. Since she said that she wanted to strengthen her training, she must strengthen her training. Principal Chen did not sleep. He quietly waited for Yi Qian to come over. "You've lost weight." The first thing Principal Chen said when he saw Yi Qian was that she had lost weight. If she did not eat and sleep well for 11 days, she would lose weight. After looking at her for a while, Principal Chen smiled and said, "You look more like a soldier. As for your eyes, they're sharper. Not bad. You look more like a soldier now." In order to nurture Yi Qian, Principal Chen had been living in the teacher's dormitory. It was a single room that was less than 30 square meters. But to him, he could live anywhere as long as he had a place to sleep. He was not picky. Yi Qian took out 2 cups and poured tea for Chen Xiao and a cup of water for himself. He smiled and said, "Principal Chen, I've learned a lot this time, so I want to discuss something with you." The moment he came back, he was already discussing something, and he seemed to be in a hurry. This made the world-class sniper laugh out loud. Come, what do you want to discuss? Why are you so anxious when you just came back? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary matter. It just so happened that he also had something to ask Yi Wanwan about her relationship with Captain Xia. You know me best. I want to discuss the training with you. Yi Jian took a small sip of the steaming hot water and told him her plan. Her expression was cold and determined as she said, "I want to enter the purgatory training in advance. What do you think?" Just from the name of the purgatory training, one could tell what kind of training it was. It was a training where no one gave you any encouragement. You could only rely on yourself and silently encourage yourself to move forward. During the training, you had to endure a huge amount of physical and mental pressure to improve your physical and mental fitness. 4 years of training. This training should only be carried out next year. Principal Chen looked sharply at Yi Qian and said in a deep voice, "Girl, you have to know that once my training mode starts, it will not stop. Are you sure you want to undergo 2 years of purgatory training?" "I'm very sure, Uncle Chen." Yi Qian nodded firmly. Not only did he not back down, but his eyes even had a hint of excitement for the upcoming training. "Uncle Chen, I'm completely sure that I can enter the next round of training.